And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You'll be booked and busy for Fanatic About Reading Day, presented by Xfinity on Sunday, May 24th at 1:35 when the Phillies host the Guardians. Kids 14 and under receive a Fanatic children's book. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. This one's for those who serve. Phillies Salute to Service, presented by Toyota, Saturday, May 23rd at 4:05 when the Phils host the Guardians. Special theme night tickets include an exclusive bucket hat. Secure yours at Phillies.com/theme nights.
How would you like to finally lose all those unwanted pounds quickly without spending thousands on painful injections or prescriptions? Hi, it's Donna Simpson, health and wellness expert. You probably know someone that is using Ozempic, the hottest diet craze in the country. Everyone knows about this prescription injection. Celebs use it to look their best. The problem is most of us can't afford Ozempic, and these injections can be so uncomfortable. Now you can lose the weight just as easily, but with no needles, no expensive prices, no side effects, and no worries. You need to try Lozempic, a new miracle weight loss breakthrough that performs so well it's been called nature's Ozempic. Lozempic is an easy-to-take diet pill now available without a prescription, being used by thousands to get rid of those unwanted pounds. So call now and find out how to get a free bottle.
To find out how to get your free bottle of Lozempic, call 800-605-5724, 800-605-5724. Free bottles are limited, so call 800-605-5724. That's 800-605-5724.
Philadelphia, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust, a family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists, just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all, training, payroll, and support, so you can stay safe and comfortable at home. And your caregiver gets paid after every shift, guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Philly families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 267-489-1601. That's 267-489-1601. Call now. 267-489-1601. 267-489-1601.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic, could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did, they gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
This weather won't last forever, Soon summer will be here and you'll go from always shivering to always sweating. And if your AC barely made it through last summer, Horizon Cooling's here to fix any HVAC issue now. And for a limited time, get a precision tune-up for just $79. But if you're in need of a new system, save big with up to $2,000 in free comfort upgrades plus 0% interest financing. So start now and avoid getting stuck with season passes to Sweatland. Book HorizonServices.com today.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all: gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed thanks to Price Assure. And make sure you're all set for that first barbecue. They'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Memorial Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
A diagnosis like heart failure, AFib, or valve disease requires specialized expert care. It's serious stuff, and choosing the right heart care team can make all the difference. The heart specialists at Deborah Heart and Lung Center deliver advanced diagnostics and innovative treatment options ranging from minimally invasive procedures to complex cardiac surgery. The result? Measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the country. Because when it's your heart, you don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, May 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number to jump in on social media. At 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers. It is a What Up Wednesday, a Tony Bruno Wednesday. And that means that not only will Tony join us at 7:45 for the cut sheet, but he will be with us in studio.
Woo!
Yes! Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. It's a What Up. It's a very special What Up Wednesday.
It is.
With Tone in the house.
With Tone in the house. Hello, Gregory.
You know, we talk about looks maxing. We talk about this all the time. Yes. Looks maxing. It's
hard maxing.
It's where stupid people try and make themselves look good by
breaking their face.
Yeah. All these expensive surgeries. Well,
steroids.
Men are filling their testicles with liters of saline in a growing trend otherwise known as ball maxing.
Wow.
Well, this is like the opposite of Tom Brady
deflating the balls.
Deflategate, yeah.
This would be, as Joy Reid once said,
big balls.
While men's balls are typically the size of small eggs or plums, an online Reddit community of nearly 10,000 men has shown them inflating their scrotums to the size of grapefruits.
Hairy balls.
They typically photograph their twig and berries, we'll just say, with one or two needles inserted in or taped to the. Oh God!
No.
They ingest it right into the into the to the hang lows.
Into the scrotum.
Into the hang lows. Yeah.
Oh.
I've been
and they've purchased it online. Oh, this causes the testicles to swell for a time, often to point of enveloping the member, making it appear much smaller. I don't understand. Rooted in the body modification kink, this can be both a sexual or non-sexual practice, but it comes with significant risks.
Yeah.
Doctors generally warn against it, says Dr. Sharon Lankani, telling the Metro UK. The scrotum area is very sensitive and contains delicate structures, including the testes, blood vessels, and nerves, which are not designed to accommodate fluid. Despite the dangers, the allure of ball maxing is growing, so we asked experts to tell us what they know about it.
Jesus.
Although athletes at the Winter Olympics were accused of enlarging their testicles to get a new suit, that's not what this trend is about for the majority of participants. A sex expert tells Metro that ball maxing can certainly be considered a kink, falling under the umbrella of body modification. This involves alerting the body temporarily or permanently for sexual arousal via the sensation of the aesthetic gratification.
That is called stupid.
It's linked to free show type body modification, which celebrates extreme size.
Yeah, I mean,
let me ask the only woman on the show.
Yeah.
Yes. Is it a like when the hang lows are large? Is that something that excites a woman?
Oh yeah,
big balls.
I don't know what to say. Oh yeah. Ooh.
I was always told that size doesn't matter. It's not the size of the boat; it's the motion in the ocean.
I'm asking for a simple yes or no.
Yes.
Not the apparatus, but the thing under the apparatus.
Right, the undercarriage.
Does any woman give that a second thought at all?
Well, apparently some do.
Well, apparently.
I mean, something must have.
Or in men's minds, they need. Does it show? Is it are you more masculine if it's larger? You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm reading a news story.
Yeah.
So this isn't meant to.
It's a great one.
Salacious. Salate. Is that a word?
I have no idea. You're asking the wrong guy. But we can go with it. I kind of like it. Yeah, it's interesting. It's like saying, well, the size of the vehicle doesn't matter, but if you put it on 20-inch tires, all of a sudden it's better.
Big balls.
It's like one of those. Yeah, it's like one of those Honda Accords with giant tires.
Monster truck tires.
That is a great analogy, Nick.
And one of those loud, annoying exhaust pipes. It's like, dude, you just put $10,000 into your vehicle. It was only worth $7,000 to begin with. You loser.
And what do they have hanging from the rearview mirror?
Yeah, dice.
Something symbolic of
two
the
big
news
dice.
story. Yeah, right?
Ooh, cool, man. You got a subwoofer in the trunk, too?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Wow. Well, where'd you find that one?
Ball maxing.
Is that a New York Post story?
No, this is the
Daily Mail?
UK Metro, which is I'm sure a tabloid. But look, I scour the earth for these 602 stories.
Yes.
Only the best for these 602 stories. That's why the 6 a.m. you have to tune in right at 6 a.m. because you miss these gems.
Yep.
You miss these gems right here.
Never a dull moment.
Ball maxing.
Ball maxing. Well, there you go. Really puts breaking your chin into perspective. I tell you what. I mean, I'm scared to death of ever having the day where my wife says, I'd like for you to be snipped. I've heard that is a very uncomfortable experience.
Fine.
Yeah?
Are you a gelding?
What does that mean? Am I a what?
No, you wouldn't be. A gelding is a horse that's, fixed.
Oh, no, I'm not, no.
Yeah.
But I've had 3 of my buddies that went through the procedure, and they've all said for the first 2 or 3 days it's just kind of very uncomfortable when you're sitting down and then you get up and you go to the bathroom and then you sit down. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that.
Wow.
Yeah, I refuse to do it. Not that my wife is saying I have to. We just had the conversation one night. She's like, would you be okay with that? I'm like, not really. What about you? You want your tubes tied? Would you be cool with that?
Well, that's more invasive than.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot more for us. It's just a little beep.
Yeah. What do they do for the guys? They snip a vein, right?
A vein, yeah.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
This is what you guys discuss?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I've never had that discussion with my husband.
No.
Nope.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I want to
I don't
stay
know
the way
why.
God created me. I'm not interested in altering my body in that way.
See, I'd rather talk politics.
Me too. I'd rather let's get to the Fed.
Huh? What did Cash Patel say?
How about that Kevin Warsh guy?
Really? what a boring life you lead, Stanley.
We had a
Look at what I'm missing.
we had a call earlier this week in the middle of Dawn's news. We actually have a call now from Greg's 602 story. And this is Dr. Craig in Mulligan Hill.
Dr. Craig.
Tell us about ball maxing.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Well, I'm a natural ball guy. I just have to say, because they can certainly hurt when they swell up. I mean, as the strong one, Greg Stocker, points out, hydroseals are no fun.
That's right.
That's the word of the day is hydroseel. That's when the testicle, which is surrounded by a membrane called the tunia albuginea, gets filled up with basically saline or natural body water. If you
Hey,
think
Dr.
about
Craig,
it,
is that a
tunia
tunia albuginea in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
Yeah, no, I think it's a kosher sausage. I'm not 100% sure. Having said all of that, when somebody comes in with something like that, it's generally painful. It gets in the way. It can interfere with sexual relations. We do an ultrasound, get that done, and then a urologist will sometimes create a small hole in the outside of the testicle to allow the fluid to flow out, because it can be a problem. I don't recommend messing with the boys. I just don't.
Thank you, Dr. Craig.
Dr.
Absolutely.
Craig, professional expertise. Your clinical opinion.
Give a plug.
To
your book.
I am your testicle expert.
Thank
and
you.
I'm not bad with ovaries either.
Give us a
Dr.
plug.
Craig.
Plug your book or your business.
Oh, thank you. Well, I can be found at Health is Number One. That's the website. Health is Number One, spelled in words. I have a radio show on another station, which I won't mention per se, because you're kind enough to allow me to speak. I have a book called Health is Number One, and it can all be found at healthisnumber1.com, because you know what? We're putting Philly on the map, the bunch of us. It's really important for all of us to get healthy and stay healthy, and it starts every morning when the sun comes up with Kayal and Company.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Craig.
Couldn't have cut a better promo myself. Hell of a job, Dr. Craig.
I didn't mean for that to take 8 minutes.
There you go. Hey, look at you. Tony's going to be here any minute.
Sorry, Dawn.
Larry, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:10. Here is the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Aid Choice. This is May the 13th, a very special Wednesday for us, talking about your albugina, your hydroseal. We've got it all. And as well, coming up, we'll talk about the forecast. Right now, it looks like we're 57 degrees, but it's going to be a beautiful, warm day in the mid-70s. And as well, we've got great Phillies news, Schwarber news, Phil's win. What's happened? Who says you're fired in whose front office and the Sixers? We've got all of that word this morning, but let's get to it, as we do have right now firefighters and first responders on the scene of what's being described as a huge fire. This will take you to Philadelphia's main line. This is Delaware County, but firefighters on the scene. Massive fire, some are calling it, destroying this large stone older home in the Villanova section of Radnor Township, Pennsylvania. Radnor Township Fire Chief speaking out this morning, saying the crews were called to 800 Leslie Road just after midnight, and they've been there all night, overnight, still on the scene. When they arrived, they found that the flames and smoke were shooting through the roof of this beautiful multi-million-dollar home there, one of those old stone homes that you see on the main line. Now, the good news here is that the fire chief tells us everybody inside the home was able to get out. So nobody injured here. That's the good news. The bad news is this looks like a total loss. So the fire eventually did reach 3 alarms. What does that mean? With every alarm they pull, that means they need to call in more crews. So more than 100 firefighters on the scene, Delaware, Montgomery, Chester counties, all responding to this due to the size of this home. We're told more than a century old. So sad to see this go. But like I say, nobody injured in the house. They got out safely. No firefighters injured. but they remain on the scene as they do have this thing under control. So they've also said it's important to have an escape plan. Now, does everybody you've got the kids, do you guys do that with your kids? You've got to have, so what you say is you don't have this?
No.
Okay.
You guys have like family plan meetings?
Yeah.
What do you guys do?
Well, because
your kids are 30 years old. They're having family planning meetings.
No, when they were starting around like probably 4 years old, younger than your little guy.
Yeah.
Greg Stocker.
Yes.
So what we would say is, if there's a fire, what you do is
Stop, drop, and roll.
You go outside the house and everybody will meet. So you want to meet by the front gate. You want to meet by the mailbox. You have by the big magnolia tree, whatever that is, and everybody says, this is where we're going to meet.
I just say, make sure Daddy's toys in the basement are secure.
That's what you don't want to do.
You must risk your life to make sure that your college fund is taken care of, so you go downstairs and you collect as many as possible.
Dawn, are you the block captain in your neighborhood? You like a whistle and a hat and telling people, over here.
I know, this is important.
Please.
We have those... now that my boys are college age, I should probably give you guys, like, I have in their bedrooms, like the fire ladder.
Oh, on the window?
Yeah.
I had those as a kid in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the little firefighter holding the baby, and it's like it almost looks like a security alarm shield that you put on your window to say, hey, don't come in this house, we're protected. Yeah.
Well, but I mean the fire that's like has rope in between the ladder thing, and then you would put it out the window so they can climb out the window under the bed.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
You physically had all of that?
Yes. Got to have the plan. And I loved this the Chief McGuire, the fire chief there that we're talking about. He emphasized the importance of this, said this family had the escape plan.
Yeah.
The escape plan.
And 3 alarm, what's the highest? 5 alarm? 4 alarm?
The highest I've ever covered, I think, is a 5-alarm fire. But 3 alarms, that means they call in extra, not only extra crews, so 100 people.
That's a lot
responding, but also more apparatus to help help the firefighters put this thing.
More apparatus,
right?
Apparatus, not referring to Greg Stocker's first story, not that, but not the HydroSeal story.
No, this is fire maxing.
Yeah. So in other words, the mechanical, the fire trucks, etc.
Yeah. No, it's no joke. I told you guys the story. My mom's house burned down after she passed away. Remember?
God,
that must have been. I bet you that had to be a 3-alarm fire. There had to be. That we weren't even allowed within 400 or 500 yards of the house.
Did you and your sister set it so you can get
Well, we did cash
money?
We did cash on it, and I blew it on SUVs and boats and things like that.
Oh my God!
I just spent it.
What a oh God!
I was like, $529 for my kids that aren't born yet, or a couple of jet skis. Let's do the jet skis.
You really bought jet skis?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Where are those jet skis?
Put my flip flops on.
Where are those jet skis now?
Yeah, they're gone.
You had to sell them?
No, I didn't have to sell them. I just decided I was like, just a phase. I was like, I'm bored with this. It's just.
Where did I know where you grew up? Where did you jet ski, on the Delaware River?
No, we would go to. We would go to Lake. What's the one in Bucks County? Is it Nockamixon?
Lake Nockamixon, yeah.
Yeah,
that's where Road Warrior and I did our little
oh, that's cute.
Trail.
Nice.
Road
trail
Warrior
riding.
is such a sweetheart. He sent Michael and I a workout, like a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah. You guys go to the
Love
lake
that
and have
man.
like a nice little picnic. He packs some sandwiches.
You're just jealous because I hang out with him and not you.
I am.
Because he's actually my friend and you are not.
I'm available if you ever want to kill a Saturday together.
No, I don't.
Wow.
I'm going to hang out with John.
Right.
Well, in any event, the firefighters, the fire investigators, they are on the scene because we don't have a cause on this huge fire on the main line of Philadelphia. So they say it looks like the flame started somewhere in the attic. Was this electrical? We don't know. It went to 3 alarms. Like I say, smoke and flames continue to pour out of the roof, but they do have it under control. And so it's under investigation, by the way, by Pennsylvania State Police as well as the Delaware County Fire Marshal's Office. So firefighters remaining, not all 100 of them, but a lot of the firefighters remaining on the scene, putting out those hot spots. So we'll continue to follow that situation. Home looks to be a total loss. So in other news, and this one is making national news, this is this hit list targeting elected officials in Pennsylvania State police confirming and saying that they've arrested and charged a 42-year-old man. This is Lebanon County, Pennsylvania. 42-year-old Adam G. Berryhill. He's charged with making terroristic threats, among other things. So the court documents showing that he allegedly created a hit list referencing what he called a Memorial Day operation with a complete hit list targeting at least 20 Pennsylvania elected officials, these lawmakers, threatening them online. According to state police, this list includes these 20, all Democrats, by the way, from the House and the Senate here in Pennsylvania, were allegedly being threatened. And they do include House Speaker Joanna McClinton, locally, State Senator, obviously, Sharif Street, and Representatives Jordan Harris and Chris Rabb. So law enforcement agency saying that they're not releasing the specific alleged threatening post. So they're not giving us officially all of the details of what these lawmakers were receiving, but taking this very seriously in a time when they're talking about rhetoric that's what they call violent rhetoric.
Yeah, political violence. A lot of people are talking about it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We do have, I'll just headline this one for you, bones found, this one making national news. So police, this is Philadelphia police saying, and the medical examiner here saying that they're investigating after 7 suspected human bones were discovered by a cleaning crew in a row home, newly remodeled row home in Philadelphia's Point Breeze neighborhood. Kind of a chilling discovery. So this is actually a beautiful row home. They've just renovated the thing. They're going to put it up for sale. So they hire a cleaning crew to go inside, and the cleaning crew calls 911 after the discovery of what appears to be human remains, these bones inside this newly renovated row home. So they call the police, and homicide is investigating the situation.
Wow, I'm having flashbacks to the guy. Who was the guy that was arrested for collecting all the bones and skulls and dead bodies and at the cemetery?
Yeah.
Was the leg bone connected to the...
Leg bone, I know.
Hip bone. Hip bone's connected to the...
That's creepy.
It is. Wow.
So homicide's investigating, which tells you it's highly suspicious. So we got that going on. This is an important follow-up that we spent a lot of time, especially in our Big 3 yesterday at 10 a.m. So if you weren't there, either at 6 or 10, we got it all covered all day long for you. But from Quakertown 5, as we call them, the Quakertown 5, this is Bucks County, to 1. So we now have one student, a 15-year-old sophomore, demanding in court yesterday all charges be dropped against her, despite the fact that her classmates, her high school classmates, cut deals. So she's heading to trial. That's the headline. So what happened yesterday in a Bucks County courtroom? A judge shot down the student's motion to dismiss all charges against her. She faces 2 misdemeanors of resisting arrest, disorderly conduct charges, as well as what's known as a summary charge of blocking traffic. So she is among the so-called Quakertown 5, those students who were arrested during that February 20th ICE protest, in which school officials say about 3 dozen of these students were truant as they were skipping high school. The borough says that the students attacked police, with the 72-year-old police chief suffering 3 broken ribs, a collapsed lung.
He's 72?
72 years old.
I would have had him at least 10 years younger.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Now, is this the girl that claimed that she was put in the chokehold?
This is the one.
I figured. Good.
So,
don't dismiss anything, Judge. Way to go.
The 72-year-old police chief suffered 3 broken ribs, a collapsed lung, and a very serious concussion, according to all of the court records here. What I just reported, that the chief is 72 and he suffered severely, he's still recovering, and that's why he was on a medical leave. You're not going to hear that.
I know.
In local, have you heard that in local headlines?
No, not until you said it.
The first time I heard it was 10:15 yesterday when you brought it up in your Big 3. So, no, I didn't. And again, I didn't know he was 72.
No.
That really puts everything into perspective. It's like, they're just 15. They're just 16. They're just, spare me.
Beating the hell out of a senior citizen.
He had a collapsed lung. He had a collapsed lung.
Broken ribs and a serious concussion as he was knocked to the ground. And
those kids weren't beaten hard enough.
No. No, and they weren't beating up a Navy SEAL or a 35-year-old detective.
100%.
They're beating up a guy who's 72 years old at this point. Who
it's disgraceful.
He's the chief. He's handling policy and paperwork. He's not some battle-tested dude in the prime of his physical career.
You get the parent. Like that story. I went home and I thought about that yesterday, and I got more enraged. That story yesterday with the parents, they need to be the police chief needs to be held accountable.
Yeah, the mom with the green hair.
It used to be. It used to be. We used to fear our parents when we would do something like that, because they would be like, they would always take the side of the authority. They would always take the side of teachers and all that stuff. Yeah. Now it's like, oh, my child would never do that. Ooh, you're roughing up my child. Maybe you should have roughed up your child.
Yeah. We used to.
They won't be such a punk.
We used to respect law enforcement.
Thank you.
So the 4 other students, they're not speaking out, or if they have lawyers, their lawyers are not speaking out, and that's different from this case of this particular 15-year-old sophomore. So the 4 other students, they cut plea deals. So in exchange for the Bucks County DA, who has not spoken out yet on this and has not issued a full review of this,
unbelievable.
But the 4 other students cut plea deals, so the felony charges were dropped against all of the students, and what they were offered was that they could plead guilty as long as they plead guilty to misdemeanor charges, and then they have an opportunity over a certain period of time to get their records, their juvenile records, expunged.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So all the others took the deal, not this particular student. And this, by the way, after an independent review panel for the borough said, quote, and I talked about this yesterday, extremely proud of Police Chief Scott McElree, the 72-year-old police chief who did suffer. I mean, they've released, the medical reports. This is all official, what he suffered and continues to recover from. But they say he did not use a chokehold to restrain.
It wasn't a chokehold. Look at the videos. It wasn't. Look at the photos. It was not a chokehold. He was restraining this feral punk.
Well, we live in this day and age where you take one picture in a freeze frame moment, and then you say, "Oh, it's a chokehold."
We need to erect plaques for this police chief. He should be honored. We should give him his own national day in Quakertown.
I wonder what Jen Shorn would have done if she was in this position.
Exactly. Instead, we have this pussy DA that does nothing.
So in this case, the 15-year-old, the only one now that the judge said that the judge would not drop all charges, and so she and her parents are lawyered up. So the attorney Ed Angelo confirming that his client was offered the same deal as the others who took the deal and pleaded guilty to the lesser misdemeanor charges and all of that. But she and her family say nope. They are adamant. They want all charges dropped. Oh. And they're saying she was doing what she was allowed to do in this country, which is protest.
How old are the parents, son? Does it give any age?
No.
I'm just curious because
the mom in green hair couldn't have been more than our age, Greg, at best. Right?
I don't know.
I mean, I remember you played. Dawn, you had the clip yesterday in the Big Three from, was it CBS 3? I think we rolled some of it, and the mom had the midnight green dyed hair. I would guess she's in her late 30s, early 40s.
I'm gonna start amending my my criticism of boomers, and I'm gonna start including Gen X in there too, because we're the ones that raise these punks. We are. It's our fault. It's 100% our fault.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the case, her attorney, they keep bringing up the fact that the 72-year-old police chief we've talked about, who continues to be on the mend, he just came back from a medical leave. He just came back after 3 months, but he's still not up to speed. So he's back in a part-time capacity with whatever the doctors are saying, he needs to do.
I would love to talk to this guy. I don't know if anybody out there knows him, because I got an email yesterday as Dawn was doing the Big Three. Let me just pull this up real fast.
And this is in regard, you want to talk to the chief?
I want to talk to the chief,
I would love just to know how he's doing, because
100%.
the side of you're not hearing that he suffered medically at all.
I wonder
You're not
if he's
hearing
even
any of this.
I wonder if he's even allowed to comment while the case is ongoing.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Donna, I won't give her last name because we don't do that on this show. Donna says, "Thank you for covering the Quakertown incident. Chief McElree is a solid cop and a solid citizen. Keep up the good work." I'm just going to respond to her and say, if you know him, please.
If and when he's eligible to talk, and willing to.
Yes.
Be great.
Yeah, we would. And in this case, what they claim is that it was because he was in plain clothes. He did arrive in a vehicle with the lights flashing, and there are other officers, and there's a lot of video here to review, hours and hours of video.
Yeah.
But they all say that indeed he did identify, that he was identified as law enforcement. My only question with this to those parents and to the one student who wants to go to trial with a jury, she wants a jury. I would ask the people of the jury and this 15-year-old now defendant who faces trial, so you're saying it's okay then to beat a 72-year-old man who you whether or not, so they believed he was not a police officer.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So is it, then it's okay to strike someone to the point they're on the ground and they're being struck in the head and kicked and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So is that okay?
Yeah, that was the point I made yesterday. And then on top of it, when the police lights are flashing in the unmarked car, who do you think that person is? You've never seen an unmarked police car with blue lights or blue and red lights that light up all of a sudden? Most of us realize that that's either an undercover cop, a non-uniformed officer, or an officer off duty.
Where are all of these news outlets getting interviews and reaction from people who know the police chief and say, you know what, he's a really good guy?
Well, that doesn't fit the narrative.
I'm tired of hearing from the parents and the parents in the schools. We think, who cares? Enough with them. Give the other side.
That was the February, March narrative. That's much more salacious and appealing to news outlets, I would assume, Dawn. Mm-hmm. Like, oh my God, these kids had their First Amendment rights violated. But then when the facts come out, they just move on to another story and pack up their cameras.
They need to. They really need to. The way they're painting this police chief is disgraceful. Mm-hmm. It's disgraceful. Mm-hmm. And only on shows like this will you hear the other side of it. Mm-hmm. We're probably the only ones covering it because it's a local story.
Yeah, it is.
Which is why you need to listen to us.
Yes. Speaking of local stories, new developments on Waymo coming to Philadelphia later this year. As I've been reporting, they started testing last summer on the autonomous taxis in Philadelphia with vehicles operating autonomously, but with a specialist behind the wheel. But the company operates in 11 other major cities, working through the testing process with PennDOT, with PPA, the Philadelphia Parking Authority. So City Council did call a hearing asking for more details on exactly how these vehicles are going to navigate through the city streets, ensuring the safety for pedestrians, first responders. I know we'll talk about it. They've had some incidents around the country. We've talked a lot about this, but now City Council wants to learn more and make sure that we don't have happen in other cities like New York or out west in California happen here before this is officially launched. Speaking of official launches, Amazon feeding a need for speed. I know we'll spend more time talking about this, but I think I started reporting this last December that Amazon started to test for this new faster service in Philadelphia. It's called Amazon Now, and it's now available here.
Wow.
Amazon customers, you get groceries and household goods within 30 minutes through a new delivery service. The retail giant rolling it out this week in 4 cities, and we in Philadelphia are one of those 4. So other cities, Seattle, Atlanta, Dallas, Fort Worth. So you might call us a test city or a guinea pig. So it's being rolled out. If you're already an Amazon Prime member, which I am, I think you guys are.
Yes.
It's $3.99 for that service. But if you're not, it's $13.99.
Okay. So an additional $4 a month for 30 minutes or less. Is it guaranteed like the pizza deliveries used to be back in the day?
Well,
your pizza's free if we don't get it there in a half hour?
And that's what, you think about Domino's, they promised that back in the day.
Yeah.
But it took about 2 years and they realized it backfired because remember they had a string of crashes, lawsuits, drivers racing to meet the deadline. And I think Domino's, what they downgraded to was, well, if we're late, it's $3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Well, we'll recover a little bit.
We'll give you a $3 discount.
Yeah.
But,
okay.
So we'll see how this goes. By the way, if you want to know, is alcohol available?
Yeah.
In some locations, it is, but it doesn't look like it's an option here in Philadelphia yet.
Boo. Of course not.
So we got that. We have so much to talk about. President Trump in China with Xi, with his posse, I'll say, of CEOs. We'll talk about all of that and so much more. but we do have to talk about our sponsor.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
No bid for the sponsor.
Not yet.
Psych, Age Choice. I know there's a lot in sports. So Age Choice, thank you for sponsoring us. If you're planning for surgery or maybe a procedure with Age Choice, you can connect with licensed home care agencies for short-term help at home during recovery. So this month, this May, you save 20%. Here's your code, WELCOME20. That's WELCOME20 when you book. Download the Age Choice app from the App Store or just visit agechoice.com. That's AIDE choice.com. Thank you, Age Choice. And now, Phil on the Quest.
Thank you, Don. We will start in the NBA, where Daryl Morey is out as Sixers president of basketball operations. He had been in that role since 2020, wondering about head coach Nick Nurse. He will be back next year.
Daryl Morey, bye-bye, buddy. By the way, if anybody's a sports fan of the Philadelphia teams, you ever notice, Stalker, maybe you're the only one that'll pick up on this, Daryl Morey, if you've ever wondered what Eagles reporter Elliot Shore-Parks would look like if he got really fat and old, he looks like Daryl Morey.
It's absolutely true.
I'm glad he's gone.
By
Get
the
out
way,
of here.
the Sixers need to, I mean, that's just the start of what they need to do.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Nick Nurse is going to be here for longer.
With his big Where's Waldo glasses.
Yeah, absolutely. The owner, Josh Harris, said in part in a statement yesterday, and I'm going to post some of it right now, "We have fallen well short of our expectations and failed to deliver in the way this city deserves." Now, I have to say, it's a little different from what Embiid said after getting swept by New York.
Yeah, I mean, I said it, and I'm going to say it again. I know we lost, and I know that's not the right mentality to have. But, for me, this was a success.
Success? You got swept by the Knicks.
Well, you beat Boston. You played 39 games.
How long I was going to play, if I was even going to play based on how the knee was the last.
You've only played like half the time over the last 4 years. I mean, what are you talking about?
I'm over him. By the way, total violation to bring your kid to a press conference as a shield to prevent possible hard-hitting questions.
Agreed on that.
Do I bring my daughters to review time? When Stalker gives me my quarterly review, do I bring Olivia? Go easy on me, boss. I've got my daughter on my lap. Weak.
It is pretty weak. Moving on to the NHL, we did learn that Flyer Owen Tippett missed the second round due to an internal bleeding issue that was a result of an injury during the Penguin series. He is expected, though, to make a full recovery and return from training camp in September. Now, in the two games that actually were played last night, Buffalo beat the Canadiens 3-2 to tie the series at 2, and Vegas beat the Ducks 3-2 and now lead that series 3-2. In baseball, the Phillies beat Boston 2-1, and anytime Boston loses, I am good.
Me too.
Zach, go ahead.
No, me too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hate Boston as a sports
I
town.
despise Boston.
Yep.
Zach Wheeler went 7 1/3, giving up just 6 hits and 1 earned run, striking out 4 in the win. Also notable, Kyle Schwarber homered for the 5th straight game.
That one's hit well. Out toward right center field. This has got a chance. It's big out there, and it is gone!
Ran into the wall.
His 5th consecutive game with a home run. And Kyle Schwarber has just given the Phils a 1-0 lead.
That was his 17th on the year, which now leads the majors.
He's on pace again. Look at it. He got that big payday. He's coming through and delivering on the big raise.
Absolutely. Tonight, Andrew Painter takes the hill for the Phils. In football, more schedule leaks occurred yesterday, and we now know the Birds will be traveling to London to face the Jaguars on October 11th. Nick, you going?
Oh, no.
Nice.
You got to go to London to play Jacksonville? That's just...
It's better than going to Jacksonville. Trust me.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
What is that, one of those Sunday 9 a.m. games?
9:30.
No.
October 11th at 9:30. And lastly, the PGA Championship begins tomorrow at Aronimink. Rory McIlroy was actually asked what he likes about the course.
Rory, what do you like about Aronimink?
I like the style of golf. I like the bunkering. There's a lot of bunkers. I think it provides quite a nice bit of variety. Shorter par fours, a couple of longer par fours, the par threes. There's 3 pretty long ones and a shorter one. I think in this day and age, I'm not sure if it's going to test all aspects of your bag. There's going to be a lot of, again, as I said, strategy off the tee is pretty non-existent. It's basically bash driver down there and then figure it out from there. But the greens are, as I said at the start, the greens are the main focus this week. And I think getting yourself in the right sections of the greens, making sure you leave yourself below the hole for the most part, that's the key this week.
So, Nick, you doing anything else but watching that?
No, while dreaming that I could afford to attend it. Yeah, I was looking at some of the secondary market prices for either Thursday through Sunday for any of the rounds.
Right.
You can't find a ticket for under $475. It's unbelievable. And that includes, all you can eat and all you can drink in the concession tents, but still $500.
Yeah,
it's a hard no for me.
That's sports for Kayal and Company.
There you go. Phil Almquist, Philly weather, currently 57 degrees, as Dawn said today, going up to 74 this afternoon, partly sunny skies, and then we are setting up for a even warmer weekend that will include Saturday temperatures and Sunday temperatures in the 80s and the 90s. Actually, early next week, I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves, and this could change 15 times between now and then, 93 for next Tuesday. We're going to be like in a heat wave before we even get to Memorial Day. And I love it. Nice. All right, we'll come back and get to a Wednesday morning big take. And before you know it, Cut Sheet and Tony Bruno will be here. Stay right there. We'll be back after this.
Yeah, before the heat wave, as Nick mentioned, you better think about, is your air conditioning all good to go for the season, especially that upcoming heat wave? And that brings me to my guys, Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, veteran founded, huge supporters of our Travis Manion Foundation. And you've heard me talk about the Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split that Marvin E. Cann's installed in our home office, which has been a game changer. It's a wonderful thing. My guys are putting their money where their mouths are. For every Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split unit installed, here's what Marvin E. Cann's is going to do. They're going to donate $100 to Travis Manion Foundation. Visit my guys, marvinecans.com, marvinekanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
Skin cancer is on the rise in older adults as people live longer and accumulate skin damage. A study in Scientific Reports finds basal cell and squamous cell carcinoma increased by more than 60% in those over 60 in recent years. These common skin cancers are usually curable when found early. 3 essential daily habits for protection are putting on a good sunscreen, applying often, and dressing for sun protection. I'm Margie Schaefer.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment to see if you qualify for asset-based long-term care. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
The South 9th Street Festival, presented by Twisted Tea, Sun Cruiser, and La Colombe Coffee Workshop, with hundreds of vendors, food, beverages, souvenirs, music, and more. May 16th and 17th from 10 to 5, Fitzwater to Wharton Streets. Visit ItalianMarketFestival.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 642 on a Tony Bruno Wednesday. The Cut Sheet and Bruno in studio coming up at 7:45. Couple of good stories to get to because
starts every morning when the sun comes up with Kayal and Company.
Damn right. Thank you, Dr. Craig. Let's get to a Wednesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the United States Postal Service. The Big Take, McCary and Maha meet their match. You know, over the last month or so, I've said a couple of times that Maha and Bobby have been a pleasant surprise and a rock-steady element to the Trump 47 agenda, especially when you consider some of the failures in the firings, perhaps of Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem, as well as the scrutiny of guys like Kash Patel. That'll be coming up on the cut sheet a little bit later. But I've also been a major supporter in the Maha messaging, but really more importantly, just the gumption and the testicular fortitude to go after and take on Big Pharma, Big Food, and Big Ag. But that was the past, and this is the present. The first Maha casualty occurred on Tuesday, and it's Dr. Marty McCary, the leader of the FDA. Fox News reported yesterday Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Marty McCary is, quote, resigning from his position Tuesday, a White House official told Fox News. The official said that McCary's resignation has to do with, quote, process at the FDA and not a specific issue, and said there is, quote, no bad blood between President Donald Trump and the outgoing commissioner. However, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. pushed for McCary's resignation, according to White House officials. Kyle Diamantis, the FDA Deputy Commissioner for Food, will serve as acting commissioner. Trump was asked about this before leaving for China. Listen and watch.
Ask Marty McCary to resign, sir, or did you fire your FDA
Well, I don't want to say, but Marty's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's a wonderful man, and he's going to be off. And the assistant, the deputy, is taking over temporarily until we find. Everybody wants that job. It's a very important job. Marty's a terrific guy, but he's going to go on and he's going to lead a good life. He was having some difficulties. You know, he's a great doctor, and he was having some difficulty, but he's going to go on and he's going to do well. Everybody wants that job.
I think it's pretty obvious that Trump decided to move on from McCary, and I think it's, you know, one of those situations where it's like, yeah, we can call it a resignation, but yeah, you're going to have to leave. And the difficulties he was facing that Trump alluded to, we have details on that from both right-wing and left-wing media. The New York Post reports Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Marty McCary resigned his position Tuesday after irking President Donald Trump with his slow walking of flavored e-cigarette approvals. McCary, a cancer doctor, regularly appeared with Trump over the past year at events promoting public health initiatives and the president's efforts to drive down prescription drug prices, but also made powerful enemies. McCary angered advocates for rapid approval of treatments for rare ailments like Huntington's disease, as well as anti-abortion advocates who wanted him to stop the mailing of mifepristone, part of a two-drug cocktail used to terminate pregnancies. And if you recall on Monday's show, late in the program, I said I was a bit flummoxed by the abortion pill being mailed out again, because on one hand, you had Trump, who praised SCOTUS 4 years ago on Roe v. Wade and making abortion a states' right issue where I think it belongs. Then you have the story of the pill, which runs counter to that belief system of pro-life. And speaking of creation, we also have an ingredient shortage right here in America, and it kind of works its way back to 602 and Stalker's crazy story. Here was RFK Jr. talking about declining fertility amongst men in America on Monday. Listen and watch this.
The fertility crisis for women began in 2007
For men in 1970, men had twice the sperm count as our teenagers do today.
And if you think about it, pesticides and chemicals in our food and beverages. But here is where Maha might be meeting their match. A headline from Politico: Congress clutches to its junk food affinity despite Maha pressure. Amid a lobbying deluge, the Make America Healthy Again movement isn't changing policy in Congress. And Stalker always says on this show, quote, "I'm just glad we're having these conversations." That's valid, that's accurate, but conversations don't create change. Laws create change. Congress needs to enact change. Politico writes, the Maha assault on junk food is not catching on in Congress, even as President Donald Trump and his legions of supporters use the populist health movement to take shots at the deep-pocketed industry. In the name of Make America Healthy Again, the Trump administration is goading food makers to voluntarily swear off synthetic dyes and forego marketing to kids. It's blocking candy and soda from being purchased with federal food assistance in dozens of states, while cutting off SNAP dollars for retailers that don't stock a wider variety of food than previously required. But the campaign, it's not resonating on Capitol Hill, where both Republicans and Democrats in recent weeks have continued to side with the processed food companies on key votes to rein in the industry, driven by long entrenched political beliefs and reinforced by a barrage of lobbying cash reminiscent of tobacco industry's century-old playbook for controlling policy. The food and beverage industry has spent a record $113 million in lobbying efforts since Trump returned to office last January, reflecting a more than 30% increase from 2024. Quote, "They have a stranglehold," said Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a Democrat from Florida, who said in a recent interview of the food industry's influence over Congress, "I don't want to be dramatic, but that was the case with the tobacco industry as well." The reality is it's hard to defeat big food. It's hard to drain the swamp. But if you're Maha through and through, it's not all negative. Here's why. Listen and watch.
Maha is a major political power block. And what you're seeing is the people that comprise Maha, everyday Americans, have no allegiance to Republicans or Democrats. And this is what the headline at the Hill is really pointing out. Democrats seize on Maha's growing frustration with GOP. It says many Democrats are also critical of the chemical industry, and they're leaning into what could be a natural alliance with the Maha voters. So what we're seeing is this bipartisan Maha shift right now in real time.
The way the media, when they're asking questions at that rally is Maha moving over to the Democrat Party? But what I said is Maha had a huge constituency that was Democrats. They said, well, I thought Maha was Republican. I said, if Maha was Republican, it would have had no effect on the election. But Maha only shifted the election because they weren't already just conservatives. This has been a bipartisan group that just followed Robert Kennedy Jr., who, let's remember, started his election, running as a Democrat. This issue is bipartisan. The issue of medical freedom is bipartisan. The issue of clean food is bipartisan. And maybe now the media is just waking up to it, which, when someone says Maha's falling apart, to me, a movement that's now being embraced by all sides of the political spectrum, that's a movement that's growing.
Your health certainly matters, but all eyes are on the hantavirus, and that concern is starting to grow. But I tell you what, this playbook looks all too familiar, does it not? Late in yesterday's show, we discussed this headline from NBC News in Dawn's Big Three, quote, "It has been assumed that hantavirus is contagious only if someone is in close contact with someone who's having symptoms. Some experts now suggest it's possible that it may be more contagious than thought." According to Kalshi, the prediction market of Kayal and Company, they now have it as a 20% chance that hantavirus is declared as a public health emergency, which is a lower threshold than a pandemic for sure. And the Daily Mail reporting the following yesterday: the first suspected Generation 3 hantavirus case is now in Italy, with a person who sat alongside a woman on a flight before she died and developed symptoms amid fear the virus has mutated. In other nations, the French health minister says, quote, "We don't know if the hantavirus has mutated." And according to the World Health Organization, as of 2 o'clock yesterday, a total of 11 cases, including 3 deaths, have been reported. 9 of the 11 cases are confirmed, and the other 2 are probable. Oh, by the way, overnight, one in Illinois, bringing the total count in the United States up to 11. There's only 50 states in this country. Is this administration prepared? Well, here was Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz with Trump on Monday. Listen and watch this.
Say to infectious diseases experts who say they're worried the country may not be prepared to deal with something like hantavirus because of all the HHS, funding and staffing cuts.
Well, I think we take care of that. Do you want to answer that?
It's just not true. Jay Bhattacharya is taking this task on. Secretary Kennedy is involved with them. You can speak to perhaps even better than, in fact, best in the room. But the country's prepared. The CDC is focused on it, and the agency is well aware of the opportunities to actually treat this problem, not just try to prevent it in the future, but treat it if it happens now. Secretary?
Yeah, we've had CDC teams on it from day one. I was speaking with the University of Nebraska since the second day of the outbreak. I was speaking with Governor Kayal of Nebraska. We had a CDC team at Tenerife. We had airplanes ready to take the patients, the 17 patients, off the vessel and transport. 2 of them went to Atlanta. One of those was symptomatic. They're in a biocontainment lab in Atlanta. The other 16 are now in Nebraska. We have this under control, and we're not worried about it.
I sure hope they do, because I've seen this movie before. In fact, we all have, right? Oh, we've got it contained, and then people move about. Well, we have quarantines, and then the hospitals and the experts get involved. Then we don't know if there's a mutation. Well, then it's actually, it could be more airborne than we thought. And here's what I do know. The way the system operates with the fear, first of all, it's speed. Information moves faster than people can process it. You have vulnerability. The threat is invisible and feels beyond personal control. Then you have confusion. Authorities issue conflicting and shifting guidance. Tony Fauci. Social pressure. Then you have compliance, which becomes a marker of group membership. This is the shape of the last 5 years. It also could be the shape of the next year. My gut feeling, health is about to leapfrog peace and prosperity very quickly. Why do I say that? Because if you thought Trump was raging over COVID ruining his 4th year in 2020, just wait until this virus upends his birthday, the 250th, the World Cup games coming to America this summer. Keep an eye on this, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the United States Postal Service. Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts and reaction. 6 o'clock hour has been brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Make a statement for summer, inside or outside, and save during the Memorial Day at Bucks County Estate Traders sale. Enjoy 20 to 50% savings store-wide from May 15th through the 31st. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom. We'll continue, and we'll get Dawn's reaction and everybody's reaction to both the Maha stuff and, of course, the hantavirus updates on the other side. But speaking of healthcare, hey, Philadelphia, there's a crisis in home healthcare right now. And at Home Caregivers, we realize that many people are in short supply and families are stretched thin. If you've been searching for things on Google like Medicaid, home care near me, I have the solution for you, and you don't have to wait any longer. Freedom Care. They were created for this. With over 160,000 families served and 97% satisfaction rates, through Medicaid, Freedom Care lets your family choose a trusted friend or a relative as the caregiver, somebody who already knows your routines and your needs. Caregivers can help with meals, medicine, bathing, and mobility, all while getting paid sometimes daily. No long wait lists, no rotating strangers, and it's 100% free to you. Freedom Care handles paperwork, training, payroll, and support, so caregivers can focus on caring. If you're already caring for someone with Medicaid or ready to help, call Freedom Care today to see if you qualify. And don't let the shortage force your loved one to do without the help that they need. Freedom Care. Get paid to care for a loved one. Call 267-459-1601. That's 267-459-1601.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills? Switch to Red Pocket Mobile. With Red Pocket Mobile, premium 5G plans start at just $10 a month. Pick a plan, lock in your rate, and that's the number you'll see on your bill every month. No hidden fees and no long-term contracts. And here's the kicker. Red Pocket lets you choose from 3 major 5G networks, not just one. Pick the network that actually works where you live and where you work. Try one, and if you like it, keep it. If not, switch to another. Never be stuck with a single network again. Plus, keep your phone, keep your number. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
New customers can switch and save 50%. Choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price and no contracts at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you suffer an injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across our lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing. And ask about our veteran specials. It's our way of saying thank you to those who served. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive in Royersford or online at tricountytoyota.com. With approved credit. Final price includes $4.90 doc fee. Expires June 1st, 2026.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we kick off hour number 2, 7 o'clock here on a Wednesday morning, the 13th of May. Tony Bruno in studio coming up at 7:45 as we kick off a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet on this What Up Wednesday. Also, we have a failed assassin Cole Allen update, the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter. And this is really about the failures of judges in this country. This courtesy of one of the great court investigative reporters, Julie Kelly. We'll get to that shortly. And also an AOC story that is worth jumping into. But want to get everybody's reaction to Marty McCary, the Maha shakeup, and also the developments with the hantavirus overnight. Dawn, your thoughts on everything health-related right now?
Well, as far as the hanta, everybody pronounces this differently.
Hanta.
Yeah, it's like Hawk to a girl.
Yeah.
The hanta, it's funny how people pronounce it differently. But in any event, this I'll call it the Andes strain of the virus, which is the rare type where it can spread human to human. That's the real concern here. But we've learned early this morning that one of the people, a French woman infected with this strain, the rare strain that apparently they were exposed to on this cruise ship, is now critically ill and being treated with an artificial lung. So this is the confirmation we have from doctors in Paris. And they say that she has increasingly become very sick. And like I say, essentially in the intensive care unit now. So we now, it looks like, have reached 11 total reported cases, 9 confirmed. 3 people on the cruise ship died. We've been reporting that all along. That original Dutch couple, the bird watchers, and the husband, the 70-year-old husband who was a zoologist. And so that health officials believe were first exposed, but they were visiting, as we've talked about, that landfill in South America. Then they boarded the cruise ship.
The news this morning, Dawn, I don't know if you said this, is that there's a person in Illinois who's tested positive for the hantavirus who has no connection to any of this cruise ship or anything. Yeah,
ABC 7
apparently,
Chicago. Yeah, the tweet last night was the Illinois Department of Public Health is investigating a potential hantavirus case as an Illinois resident in Winnebago County. Winnebago. Not linked to an outbreak on a cruise ship, the agency said Tuesday.
So, lovely.
Great.
And so the question with that person in Illinois, in the Chicagoland area, although Winnebago County is not too close to the city of Chicago, but they're suspected of having acquired this, but it's a North American strain. So it doesn't appear to me to be the actual Andes strain.
So this is just somebody who, just caught it.
Like the Hackmans.
Like people have, yes. Like people have for years in this country. I gotcha.
So, but now here's what's going on.
Now we're super aware of every case that's happening. We're like, oh my God.
That's what the media does to us, right?
Well, I'll be honest. We had some squirrels. I have to call. I got to stop. I was trying to throw in the attic, throw mothballs or whatever. But then I was like, we could get the hantavirus because I think it's top of mind for all of us.
Of course.
Because the truth is, it's the regular hanta, whatever you want to call it, virus. The regular one, the North American one, has been around forever. And it's when you're exposed to the fumes of basically the fumes of certain types of mice, right? That it's in their urine, it's in their feces, and that's why in your home you want to make sure that you get everything exterminated. You don't want that stuff in your house.
Sure.
But it looks like in Winnebago County, that one, so far those health officials in Illinois are saying it does not appear to be, number one, it's not related. Number two, it's not the rare Andes virus that has the high, concerningly high mortality rate.
Okay. And
so
also the 16 that are quarantined in Nebraska. Fox Chiron just showed that they are all asymptomatic. So that is also good.
There's a term I haven't heard in a while. Asymptomatic.
Well,
so far.
We were told that if you're asymptomatic, according to the experts on this, that you cannot transmit it. You can only transmit it if you're symptomatic. But again, pardon me for a moment if I'm skeptical as to whether or not that statement will change in the next couple of days, because it just seems like, again, the WHO and the CDC, and again, I don't really care who's in control of the CDC, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. I'm just sitting here and I'm like, damn, man, we've seen this movie before. This is the same playbook. It starts out with a couple of cases, then the media jumps on it, and everybody's on X over the last 24 hours saying, oh, you have a better chance of this, that, and the other thing than getting this and then dying from it. I'm aware of that. Again, I'm not afraid of getting it. I'm not afraid of any of that stuff. I don't trust the Bureau. I have lost all faith in big institutions. The pandemic just destroyed all of that for us. We don't trust experts anymore, no matter how prolific their resume is, right?
Yes, and that's a real problem, and this illustrates it, because it's like, my grandma used to say the old parable of the boy who cried wolf. Ironically, our former governor was named Wolf, who did all that overreach and really crushed many of us and our kids. But I will say that in this case, what if, God forbid, something did happen where it was important to trust these officials. Do you know what? And so that's the real concern. We've got to set this straight so that we can trust the top docs. So that's why I think the Surgeon General choice is so important, as that confirmation, hearing, those confirmation hearings and that process. Because there was a time, my dad talks about it, when the Surgeon General of the United States of America could come out and everybody trusted that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so right now
we didn't have enough information then. That's the problem, is that we have all of this. We have more information at our fingertips. People also trusted Walter Cronkite in the evening news then. You know what I mean? So it's not that they were more trustworthy back then. It's that we didn't have access to the information that the internet has given us for the last 30 or 40 years.
Mm-hmm. And this is not a new virus. So again, there should be no failure of communication, no failure on mortality rates or how it's transmitted. I just want to read, and this is the one that bothers me the most. I gave you kind of like the breakdown of the way these things operate as far as the peddling of fear. You talk about things like speed, you talk about things like vulnerability, confusion, and compliance. I don't want to hear any more about these shifting guidelines. Like, remember, go back to the pandemic where it was, hey, 6 feet of social distancing, and then we find out it was completely made up. They were like, well, I forget who it was that got questioned on the legacy media, one of the medical experts. It might have been Burks or somebody else, the scarf. And they're like, yeah, the 6 feet, it just kind of came out of nowhere. Like, what do you mean it just kind of came out of nowhere? It just popped in there? What, like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, Ray? You just had it just randomly entered your brain? And by the way, today, also worth pointing out, Rand Paul will be having a whistleblower testify for the COVID cover-ups, in which this CIA scientist that is going to be a whistleblower today concluded that COVID came from a lab leak, but yet somebody scribbled out their conclusion at 2 a.m. and changed the report.
Well, I'm glad because
that's Rand Paul's tweet, by the way.
The deadline has passed for any prosecution of Anthony Fauci. So that's a good way. Again,
but we'll get whistleblower drama.
These are all it's all a show, guys. Nobody's going.
Of course not.
Nobody's going to jail for anything. It gets Twitter and social media all riled up over. Oh my God, this, that, and the other. Nothing is happening to any of these people. Mm-hmm. Nothing. Yeah. Nothing.
Okay, so a couple of things. This is what the CDC, they're saying they're responding to the deadly outbreak. They point out it's of the Andes virus, a type of hantavirus among those passengers and crews of the cruise ship out in the Atlantic Ocean. They say, as of this morning, the CDC says no cases of Andes virus have been confirmed in the United States.
Good.
As a result of this outbreak.
Fear porn. This is all fear porn.
Then it says,
I hope that's all
the risk. This is the government. This is the CDC. This is the government. The risk of a pandemic caused by this outbreak and the overall risk to the American public and travelers remains extremely low. Mm-hmm. So they go into those details. So the woman who I reported that's on the, getting help with breathing is in Paris. And so that's notable. But in this country, we've been talking a lot about it. So.
No, the French are weak anyway, so.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Absolutely true.
So as far as going to the first issue that you brought up, and that was Marty McCary.
Yeah, what do you make of that?
So I really think it has to do with the Supreme Court ruling and the mifepristone issue. I think that, and this is just my feeling and reading between all the lines. Mm-hmm. I don't think it has as much to do with the vaping. I think they're throwing in everything else in the kitchen sink.
Right. I can't believe that would cause him to be fired. Right?
I think it's mifepristone because I think the Trump administration feels like abortion is not in the headlines. And by sort of bungling whatever this whole thing is, now put it back in the headlines. Mm-hmm. And they simply feel, because here's the truth of it. The truth is, that what younger people are doing, and the reason that abortion is an antiquated issue and is becoming more and more antiquated, is that among young people, they don't want to use this. In other words, it's Plan B. It's something that costs $50 if there are unprotected relations going on. They go to the CVS or the Walgreens and they use something. All it does, it's not an abortion pill. It brings on your period. If a woman or girl and she's getting married and she wants to control that so that she doesn't ruin her honeymoon or ruin her vacation, you go to CVS, you pay $50, you take this pill, and it makes your period happen. It does not, if you're pregnant already, it's not going to bother with that. That's what everybody uses.
Okay.
That's what the teenage girls use. That's what women use nowadays. And that's the bigger thing. And that's what will make and is making the abortion issue go away.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, it's why you don't hear it as a big of an issue as it used to be, because everybody knows it's becoming an antiquated issue with regard to this. So Democrats want to push this mifepristone issue into the headlines. And so I think that it's felt that McCarry bungled that. And by doing all of his actions, put it back into the headlines.
That leaves us with Bobby. We have Bhattacharya and Oz, McCarry, the first of the four to go. I will say, and I don't think I've ever quoted Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Democrat from Florida, in a big take before, but it really infuriates me that both Republicans and Democrats in Congress are kind of slow walking and stonewalling a lot of the Maha agenda because of the food lobbyist groups out there that are spending, I think I quoted it was $113 million, a 30% increase.
Well, Trump did too with the glyphosate thing. You know what I mean? Like that pissed off a lot of Maha moms. I saw an entire group of people who say they felt betrayed because they voted for this administration for the simple fact of Maha.
And that's the pesticide.
And you know, the fact that, you know, they basically, you know, rolled out the red carpet for, you know, this pesticide, but it's like, nah, it's not as bad as people think. Like that upset a lot of the Maha movement because that's something. Remember, that's something that RFK Jr. sued. Like when he was a lawyer for you know, when he was
environmental lawyer, right?
Environmental lawyer, he was suing these companies because of the chemicals they're putting in and winning. And then like that was a big part of his agenda. And then Trump kind of just took him right out at the knees. And what is he supposed to do about it?
Well, I also think it's interesting too that the guys from the High Wire that I played in that clip, you know, again, remember, you know, Maha is not necessarily, first of all, Maha is a bipartisan thing where Democrats and Republicans are waking up, realizing we're poisoned and how just corrupt the system is with big food, big ag, big pharma and all of that. But it's not necessarily something that has to be, quote, controlled by or owned by, you know, Republicans. It's not necessarily a sub outlet underneath the MAGA agenda, like, you know, 1B is Maha under MAGA. I mean, but again, doesn't this just go to show you that of all these people in Congress, right, Democrat and Republican alike, if they're in bed with these lobbyists and food groups, we're going to get like a scintilla of what we really want with this movement. This is not something that can happen in just 4 years in one term. Sometimes a movement takes, I don't know, decades to actually come to fruition and really create change in an industry, does it not? Like this is, I mean, I don't know. We had a couple of cool stories. Hey, Steak Shack or Shake and Shack or burger places now using they're going beef tallow in their.
I said this
right.
I said this at the beginning of this. Nothing in Congress can do little things, and RFK Jr. can do little things like, oh, we're looking into this and stuff like that. But the movement has to start at a grassroots level, and it already had. That's why people like RFK Jr. and that movement were as popular as they were, because this had already started. So people have already decided that we want to know what things are in what. We want to know what chemicals are bad for us. They want to know all of this stuff already. So like sitting around saying, well, the agenda is not being moved fast enough, there's not much they can do because of lobbyists. And Trump bent over to the lobbyists for the Roundup thing.
But part of it, that I will just say that they're not prepared for it, and it affects. Think about the economy right now. Think about the Iran war. Think about everything that's happening. If you throw into that, farmers have already been struggling and hurting. Now, if you throw into the agriculture economy and you throw into it that they're not allowed to use the most widely used type of pesticide, it's going to affect the economy. It's going to crush them.
Costs go up.
And costs go up on food. And so I think they're trying to hold that line. I don't think it's DOA. I don't think it's dead, but I think that's what's going on.
A lot of people who voted on that that agenda alone feel betrayed.
Do you think there's one issue voters on Maha alone?
There are a lot of them, it made them passionate about this issue.
Right.
And they're not necessarily political. They're not necessarily conservative or Republicans. And I would say the same type of thing about mifepristone. In other words, the best group of voters are the ones that you've triggered, right? Because now they're angry, they're passionate, and now they're going to go to the polls. So with mifepristone, the headline on that one to watch on your calendar is that right now access to mifepristone, which is that it's the most common form of abortion in the United States, arrives via mail or pill, and telehealth. It remains in place through tomorrow. So there are some deadlines involved with this, and so this is where actions by the FDA are now awakening an entire group of people on both sides of that issue, pro-life, pro-choice, who are now passionate about an issue that was quiet.
Speaking of passionate and issues, nothing more infuriating than a judge at the federal level that acts like a public defender. The details on the latest with the White House Correspondents' Dinner attempted assassin, and also a major pollster with a stunning revelation. We'll give you that on the other side as well. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, if your kitchen has been on your to-do list for years, now's the time. Kitchen Magic has news for you. This month, this May, finally, it's time to do it. Kitchen Magic is offering up to 30% off kitchen renovations plus flexible financing designed to fit any budget, designed to fix your budget. Kitchen Magic, they've been family owned and operated in Nazareth, PA since 1979, and Kitchen Magic's team is ready to bring your kitchen to life. How does that sound? 30% off kitchen renovations thanks to Kitchen Magic. What are you waiting for? Don't put this off another year or another month. Visit kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Get started today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know, I love the Second Amendment with America's 250th. I mean, this is a great time to remember our freedom and liberty, and that's what Bob's Little Sports Shop is all about. The entire team at Bob's is all about our Second Amendment and protecting our rights safely and confidently. And ladies, I want to tell you about two great events coming up. The last two women's only shoots for the summer, Sunday, May 17th and Sunday, June 7th, starting at 2 p.m. The event is perfect for beginners or experienced shooters. No firearms ID card and no experience is needed, but you do have to register and it will fill up, so go to bobslittlesportshop.com. I was just at the last co-ed shoot they did and we had a blast, and I learned so much, and you will too, and you'll have a great time making friends and working on your skills. And Bob's has the best selection of firearms anywhere, so bobslittlesportshop.com and sign up. Sunday, May 17th, Sunday, June 7th, last ones for the year. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake, led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
It is 7:22. Happy Wednesday, Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your hump day. Tony Bruno coming up in just over 20 minutes. And, of course, a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Michael Pelka with his typical daily prep email. Today is Top Gun Day, World Cocktail Day, a.k.a. that should be every day, National Apple Pie Day, International Hummus Day.
Hummus.
Love hummus. Kind of thought it was already international to begin with, right? It's kind of like a Middle Eastern appetizer. And today is also Donate a Day's Wages to Charity Day. And I say that because coming up in 15 days.
15 days!
We will be oot and a boot at FOP Lodge in Jersey, number 56, West Berlin. And we will be doing the show live from 6 to 11 a.m. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. And maybe, even though today technically is Donate a Day's Wages to Charity Day, you could donate, because again, it's free to get in, as Greg has said, but we would like you to make a donation, and perhaps you're willing to give up a day's wage.
Oh.
To the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
That would be great.
Like, for example, if you're a radio producer and you make $37.12 a day, you would just give that $37.12 to a great cause.
Great cause.
Right? But
you don't really have to do that. What you can do, though, is you have to register to come to see us on the FOP Lodge 56 there in West Berlin Township. 1210WPHT.com. Register now. I think there might be a handful of tickets left, but they're going like super fast. I had a meeting with the promotions department yesterday. She's like, I can't believe how fast these tickets are going. I'm like, really? You can't believe this?
But you just come back from Pluto?
Have you never, like, you underestimate this, and that's corporate here all the time. They underestimate this audience all the time. How dare you? I'm the only one who doesn't underestimate this audience. I'm like, no, of course, this is going to be great. This is going to be a very successful event. But, that being said, 1210WPHT.com. Philip, put the link in the YouTube chat again, please. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Just click there, register for tickets. It's free! What else are you doing at 7:25 in the morning?
Yeah. Right. By the way, I think the last time we were down there, it was for the great debate that we had with Kamala and Mr. President Donald Trump.
Yep.
Sean Farish, his parents were there. We had Esty via Zoom. Are we going to be crashing at the hotel the night before?
No,
or are we going to make a long trek down there?
You're going to make a long trek down there.
So we got to be up at like 2 a.m. now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's for charity. Okay.
I was just wondering.
Stop.
Maybe you and I could,
I don't.
hang out the night before we go to our separate hotel rooms.
No, I don't want to hang out with you.
Yeah?
I don't.
Right.
I don't.
I know somebody who wants to hang out with me. It's the man, the myth, the legend, Tony Bruno, who's brought in, what are those, cinnamon rolls? What do we got there? Tasty cake? Oh, pecan swirls, baby.
Nice.
You know, Joe DeCamera or Hugh Douglas are going to be really mad if you stole that from... Oh, they gave them to you. Bruno's here, folks. And he's coming up. He's going down to the bullpen to do a little long toss. He'll be in here in a matter of moments, folks. This is an amazing story. Stalker, I think you sent me this last night, but I think Road Warrior also tweeted us this story. So thanks to our buddy John for his show contributions. And this is actually important And it's also infuriating. Julie Kelly's a great investigative reporter, covers a lot of like the court proceedings on big stories that we talk about here in our news cycle. And Julie Kelly, Phil, if you can, this is K3. If you want to throw this graphic up. And Julie Kelly tweeted the following. I have just received the transcript of the court hearing last week. Now, this is again in regards to the White House Correspondents' Dinner failed assassin Cole Thomas Allen. She says, I have just received the transcript of the court hearing last week before Magistrate Judge Zia Faroukhi. Remember, he was like, I'm so sorry that you had to deal with these brutal conditions as you're in, detention before your pretrial hearings. Related to the pretrial detention conditions for Cole Thomas Allen, who attempted to assassinate the president and others of his staff last month. Faroukhi, the judge, the magistrate technically, who signed arrest warrants in hundreds of January 6th cases and denied pretrial, released some nonviolent offenders as well, acted more as Allen's public defender than a federal judge handling a dangerous criminal who shot at Secret Service and planned to kill the president and members of his administration. His comparison, the judge, between Allen and J6ers is not just infuriating, it is baseless. He openly misrepresents the events of January 6th and the defendants before him. Quote, people got closer to killing the president that day, excuse me, and no, dozens of people did not carry firearms. The only person who used a firearm inside the Capitol was Lieutenant Michael Byrd, who killed Ashley Babbitt. Julie Kelly goes on to say, this sort of judicial dishonesty, a brazen attempt for headlines, must be addressed by the DOJ because we know Chief Judge Boasberg will do nothing about it. In fact, he believes the same. We have a real problem in this country, Dawn, with judges. I understand that, for whatever it's worth, we have to live with Larry Krasner. 35 people vote in the district attorney's race, and Larry Krasner ends up with 30 of the 35 votes, and he gets another term in office, and he's obviously a cop hater, and he wants to put criminals back on streets, all under this guise of criminal justice reform. And then he wants to take a victory lap saying, homicide rates are, well, no, I think the homicide rates have a lot to do with detaining and apprehending illegal aliens that are violent offenders from other countries and perhaps shipping them out and deporting them. But these judges, and Stocker has made the point in the past, and I think we're in lockstep here and we're all in agreement that there has to be some sort of punishment for these judges that go, not forget releasing them back on the streets and what we've talked about. By the way, too, a story in the news about there's a teenage girl in Dallas that was pregnant who was killed by an illegal alien with a track record, who was let out of jail by a judge in the United States that shouldn't have been back on the streets. And now a teenager who was pregnant, already dealing with enough issues on that front, is dead. But we have to do something about these judges. I mean, I'll never forget that image of that January 6th, and I don't remember the J6er's name. Actually, I don't even know if it was ever released, but there was the image of a J6er laying on what looks like a sit-up mat, a sit-up mat that you would use in gym class in a little 6x6 cell, and there looked like a water bottle and a bucket. And this Judge Zia Faroukhi, is sitting there saying, I'm sorry for what you had to do. You tried to kill the president of the United States. I don't want to hear about your conditions and is the room accommodated. You're not staying at a hotel. You're in jail. What are we going to do about this? What can be done? Because this is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think obviously we have a problem because we're not voting for this. A lot of these judges, whether they're appointed,
right.
It depends, what state you live in. It depends if it's the federal level, the local level. So we've talked a lot in Philadelphia, for example, about judges and what goes on and we've talked about in the DC cases. That was something that Julie Kelly knows well because she is an independent journalist. My God, she's testified before Congress. Mm-hmm. Talking about the fact that you had very biased judges making decisions and rulings on those J6ers. And she felt, and many feel, violating their rights. So it's a problem. We have a real problem with something with judges that it's another form of undermining our constitutional rights. That's the big picture here, is that on many levels you have the infusion of anti-American policies being implemented. And these are the tentacles, let's say, of such policies that I think began during the Obama administration.
Yep. Look, and again, if you want to defend criminals and do your best to get them the best defense, go be a defense attorney, right? Mm-hmm. Defense attorneys make a lot of money, especially for the clients that have the funds and the means to provide the best defense money can buy. Get the hell off of my bench. Yeah, I don't care if you were appointed, if you were elected, if you're a magistrate, if you're a, common pleas, Commonwealth judge at the district attorney level, if you're a state judge, a federal judge. I am so sick of prosecutors and judges who look, and I get every judge and every prosecutor has a different mindset about how they go about it. But the ones that do almost everything they can to let known violent repeated offenders back out on the streets. And we're not talking about somebody with one prior. We're talking about people with 20 and 30 and 47 priors that should have been thrown away. Society gave up on you. Why are the judges giving them a pass?
They need to be locked up. Can I just do this was going to be in the cut sheet, but since we're talking about rogue judges and judges that make terrible decisions that need to be in jail, we played the video yesterday of that Cambridge, Massachusetts shooter, right? The guy who was in the middle of the street just shooting. We found out that he was a career criminal. Yep. This is 35, Phil. Well, in 2020, he fired upon police officers, but Judge Janet Sanders gave him 5 years of prison.
Yeah.
For firing on police officers, 5 years, just 5 years. He's out. He has a 20-year criminal record. 20-year criminal record. And this judge gave him 5 years.
And how much of the 5 did they serve? 36 months? Probably got out before that?
Kudos to Boston 25. I think that's the Fox affiliate up there in Boston. They went to this judge's house. And this is a really quick clip, but she says she has no memory of this case. She has no memory of this case. Roll this.
It was hard to hear with the door in the way, but Judge Sanders appeared to say she had no comment and no memory of the case.
Doesn't even open the door.
No comment and no memory of the case. This judge, this thug was out on the streets firing a gun in the middle of the street, injuring people and
critically injuring.
Yes.
Now this female judge, for those not able to see the clip on YouTube, if you don't have the visual aspect, she's literally on the other side of her glass door, like just staring through the blind of the door. And the Fox reporter obviously probably identified himself, showed his microphone. He's dressed in a suit, so it's not like a suspicious character just shows up on your doors. She wouldn't even open the door.
Yep.
What was the excuse? Oh, I had a big court docket. I presided over 800 cases last year.
Because they feel insulated. That is actually a very good representation of the way judges feel. They're like, don't question me. Don't do it. This is my decision. I'm going to do what I want. Right. And there's going to be no, I'm insulated from any sort of criticism. These judges need to be locked up.
Yep. Or sued in civil court for liability to somebody that maybe dies. Right?
Yeah, so that what you just said, one way or the other, either through the civil courts, but to have somebody who they knew, back in 2020 that shot 4 officers, and to put him, just plop him back out on the streets, fired up to 60 rounds into traffic, and you showed it yesterday on your cut sheet, Greg. It's just the community, or perhaps some of these victims. There are 2 people in critical condition who were shot. Randomly by a guy who should never have been out on the street.
This should be directly on the feet of this judge. It should be directly on the feet of her. 100%.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I would love to see, and obviously, knock on wood, you pray it never happens, but I would love to see people show up at the courthouse, a bunch of protesters, get the news there, have the cameras rolling, and demand that the judge come out and just publicly shame this judge for the unimaginable pain that people have to tolerate because you felt it was in the defendant's best belief to give him a 39th chance.
And looking at his record, even before 2020, back in 2014, this guy, I mean, the rap sheet's so long, you could go on, but he was convicted in 2014 of assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. So, you think about that case in 2014, then he continues to be let out over and over. So what happens to a lot of these very dangerous, very violent people? They become emboldened. There's evidence, there are studies on this, and this is here in Philadelphia and across the nation. So what happens is they think, I can do anything I want.
Well, I'll be back out on the street in 20 minutes anyway.
Since we're down this rabbit hole, let's talk about, this is cut 10 here. This is a I had this on the cut sheet yesterday. This made headlines in all the New York City papers, but this is a repeat offender at a Broadway dancer, shoving a 76-year-old retired teacher down a New York City subway stairs, killing him.
Oh, my God.
32-year-old Rommel Burke was seen grinning in court after allegedly carrying out the horrific murder. The victim is Ross Falzone. He was a social worker for children with special needs. He was rushed to the hospital and died from head injuries. Here's a little bit of the Fox News report on this. Roll this.
A terrible story, and right now this family of the 76-year-old is planning a funeral after he was shoved right down the subway steps in New York City behind me as he was just trying to get home. And listen to this. The guy who did it, according to police, was just released from the psych ward hours before police had just picked him up. Take a look here on your screen. It actually made the cover of the New York Post over the weekend because he's grinning at the judge as they go through the long list of charges against him here. They're naming it there on the Post, Killer Smile. He's charged with the murder of this man, Ross Falzone, after police say Burke shoved the retired teacher down the subway steps on Thursday night. And surveillance video actually captured the moment of the attack. I want to warn you, it's graphic.
Oh my
here. You can
God.
see Falzone pushed with a lot of force, so he froze the clip right before impact.
Repeat offender this guy is.
Smiling. Severe brain and neck injuries and later died at a local hospital. Investigators say Burke was released from a mental hospital in New York just hours before the latest attack, brought in for a psychiatric evaluation and hold after police here saw him acting erratically, so they picked him up and brought him in. But he was back out on the street, Bill, within 1 hour. 1 hour. He was out so fast that sources tell me he actually still had his hospital wristband on when he was arrested for murder. This case, one of 4 murders on the subway system just so far this year. Back in March, you might remember this story. This 83-year-old veteran on his way home was killed, shoved onto the subway tracks. NYPD data shows subway murders are up by 300% already compared to last year. Back out here live, we can tell you we're learning more.
I've got the story from the New York Post. Subway crime down, but underground murders and robberies are surging. And here's just a couple of the stats. Robbery in the transit system is up 18% so far in 2026. Felony assault is up 17%. Misdemeanor assault up 15%. Major crimes in general also up, including rape, robbery, felony assault, and grand larceny. That's courtesy of the New York Post.
Since you check out, the New York Post has an incredible op-ed written by Frank Conti. So what's critical here is he is with the Port Authority, Police Benevolent Association, and he's writing an op-ed. He posted it late last night that far too often criminals and the violently mentally ill are set free in New York City. And he writes about Ross Falzone, spent his entire career, his entire life dedicated to New Yorkers and school children, 76 years young, retired, and enjoying his later years, and talked about this violent crime by somebody who was just set free, somebody who was convicted over and over and over.
These cases, these murders that are happening, it needs to be directly at the feet of these judges that let these people out. 100%.
Yep. Happening right there in Mom Donnie's backyard.
You're a coward.
Exactly.
I mean, I will say this, that as far as this, the fact that you have this high profile coverage and this op-ed piece, which is incredible, you can see where the police are going on this one. I will wonder if they'll now finally lock up this. And every time he goes to court, this perp, he's smiling.
Yeah.
He's obviously mentally ill.
Yeah, we need to start putting mental patients down. That's what we need to do.
Just because somebody's mentally ill, that doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
Right.
And so we have to alter the feeling is, well, if they're mentally ill, they get out of jail or get out of the psych ward free. No, you're going to, that means that you will never see the light of day, ever.
Right. You're just not going to sit in a prison cell.
right.
You're going to sit in a padded room.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, coming up next, Tony Bruno is in studio. We will fire up a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet on a Hump Day Wednesday, a What Up Wednesday with Tony B. And we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We're getting ready to ride in style this summer. How about that new or certified luxury vehicle? You know you want it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're always here for you to assist you in your unique vehicle search. And that's really across the tri-state region. Yeah, that's right. The Piazza Premium family featuring dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. So do it. Find your Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, Infiniti, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available for Nashville, Arizona, Jacksonville, and more. And you never know if you might need your passport for an international game. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
What's in a smile? That's the question. I say everything. A smile lights up the room. And that's why I want you to see my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I love the fact that Dr. Mike is my family's dentist. I love that he gave my wife a beautiful smile upgrade last year. And I love the fact that for 12 years in a row, Dr. Mike Veneria has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to Dr. Mike for the really complex stuff. They put their reputations on the line, and they've been doing that for over 12 years, and Dr. Mike delivers for them and their patients each and every time. When it comes to your health, especially your dental health, please don't cut corners. Your smile matters. It lights up a room, and with 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, it's easy to get to from wherever you are. So make your appointment today to get your free dental implant consultation, and trust the official dentist of the Zioli family, Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidsafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is 7:46. Welcome back in as we now get set to say good morning and rub elbows, literally rub elbows with. It's amazing, in this lifetime you get to bump into legends from time to time. And it's not too often that those moments occur, but today is one of those moments. I actually have not seen this man in person in a couple of years, right? You were back up here, 22, 23, something like that?
I don't remember now.
But Tony Bruno is with us.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us here today. Where's the camera? There it is.
There it is.
I'm looking at you. I'm doing my old... Remember Fred Carter?
Yeah.
He would point to the camera on
ESPN2
when he was doing highlights of the NBA. Is the NBA still playing, by the way, or is that over yet?
Well, LeBron got dusted in the second round, so now the league is shut down. Let's get it back to social messaging and social justice.
By the way, Jim Kelly providing me with quality headphones today. Yeah, these are his own personal. He said, "Did you bring your headphones?" I said, "No. Who carries headphones?" I used to when I worked at a radio station.
Right.
We had the old DCs. Remember the Dave Clarks that all the pilots still use, helicopter?
Yep.
Dave Clarks. Those were the old school.
Exactly, man. Dave Clark, the quality headphones, and now the pilots,
Wow.
Get off the iPad. Get off the iPad.
These are great. Look.
You like those?
These are BSW air cans.
Expensive.
Is that an airport? BSW? Oh, no, that's DFW. Anyway, let's get into the cut sheet, shall we? We'll do it live.
I like this.
I like it. Let's do it.
Fire it up. Oh, yes.
Come on.
The cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet on this What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno live with us in studio?
By the way, since you did travel from Florida, did the Odyssey suit screen you for the hantavirus?
No, but I couldn't get into the building. I could get into Fort Knox. I could get into the White House. I could get into the White House Correspondents' Dinner. But yesterday, it took me 2 hours to walk around the building and find somebody who would let me in.
Yeah. Good. Sorry about that.
And then finally, I ran into Dawn as her show was ending.
Yeah?
So I had him on.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Then I went on with Dom.
Toys in the house.
Then I went on with Dom. Then I went down the hall and see if anybody was on the air on any of the other stations here in the Odyssey compound. And I went in there and did a session with him.
Bruno did a hit on OGL.
Not hit on OGL.
Where's Kathy Romano?
Isn't she at B101 now?
She's down there right now.
Yeah, right down the hall.
Right down the hall.
Yeah,
talking for 9 seconds an hour.
We're all one big Odyssey.
By the way, Greg Stocker is a lot taller than he looks like on radio.
Yeah,
in real life.
He reminds me of Johnny Lawrence from the Karate Kid.
Karate Kid, yes, absolutely.
He might sweep my leg at any moment.
By the way, today's What Up Wednesday cut sheet sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring the ever-important What Up Wednesday live Tony Bruno edition. So it's a special one.
I checked for rats. There's none in the building.
That's good.
Well, there may be a couple somewhere, you know, but we can't find them.
Well, they're hard to see. Sometimes they're dressed in a suit.
What about the inflatable rats?
Well, they'll be out. There's no construction in this area, but if there is, the inflatable rat will be out there, as you well know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
By the way, I have the Hanta burning love virus. I'll do that one for our Elvis fans out there, right, Dawn? Oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez. Stocker just brought that up yesterday. He says to Phil in the music, he's like, when are you and Linda Kern's going to end the whole Elvis grift? He's like, hasn't that run its course?
I noticed since I've been here, everybody's calmer. Like Greg's not yelling at anybody this morning.
No.
Yesterday, everybody was fired up.
I got it.
He goes from zen to 100 miles an hour.
I got an angry email yesterday from Julia. I think it was Julia. Hang on a second.
Oh.
I want to give credit where credit is due.
Okay.
Julie, excuse me.
Julie.
Julie says I turned off the station this morning. Greg needs to transfer to New York City.
Oh.
I don't know why New York City, but
what do you want to run WFAN?
Just stay off the subways here. At least even SEPTA is safer than going to New York.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, that's true.
So just because Julie sent me an angry, I am going to be more calm today. I don't know what I did yesterday.
I don't know.
That upset people.
No, I know. I know what it was. I remember exactly because I was listening.
Yeah.
Was it Iran?
No, it was the whole story about the kids in Quakertown. When you were showing that video of the Quakertown 5 and Dawn broke it down brilliantly, and everybody got angry. We were all angry watching that yesterday.
I did.
As a parent of kids and now with grandkids, you see that kind of stuff and you're saying, why do these teachers make these kids go out and do things they have no idea what they're even going out, leaving school to go protest? They have no clue.
You're right.
But you look at the one female, the one 15-year-old girl. Obviously, her parents hired an attorney. All the other kids in the case, Tone, they have pleaded guilty to lesser charges, to remove the felony charges. They want to go on with their lives, do a plea deal. But this one kid, you see that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. This girl's parents are saying, "Oh no, she has a right to protest, and it's about her rights." And nobody's talking about the fact, they're not talking about the fact, the local media is not talking about the fact that this 72-year-old police chief, they beat the heck out of him.
Oh, I've seen the video over and over again. And every time I saw it, and Greg, the same thing, you get angry when you watch that.
So angry.
It does. Yeah. Anybody who's had kids or who has kids in school now and saying, why do they force these kids to go out and protest?
Yep.
And then miss school time, and then they're going to have to make it up in the summer. That's what should happen in these schools. If you go out and you cause a ruckus because your teachers told you to go out and protest against Palestine or no kings or whatever the fakakta deal of the day is. Fakakta is an unused word. I'm bringing it back. I'm bringing it back.
Make it great again.
Can you describe the ruckus, sir?
I heard a ruckus.
All right, let's
2 months, Bender.
Can I talk? Can I take a victory lap for a second?
Yes, absolutely.
Take it.
Yeah, I actually want to vomit.
It's a little breezy out there, though. It's chilly. I had to put on my Plymouth golf course overlay today. It's cold.
Right.
Nick's got flip-flops on, shorts.
Yeah,
and
it's disgraceful.
Stalker was appalled by it. He came in to give me
freezing out there.
My live reads this morning around 5:40. He's like, "You're wearing flip-flops again?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's full throttle. I'm going right through Labor Day, bro."
Is that how I sound?
What?
The way you just imitated me.
I don't know. Was that a bad imitation?
No, I don't know.
I was just ad-libbing.
I wonder because I see him in there. He's like shaking his head. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah.
He's just questioning everything I do.
It's 60 degrees. It's going up like what? It's going up to like 75.
It was 45 or 48 this morning.
It was chilly.
I'm wearing my leather.
Yeah, look
new
at that.
leather.
Yeah,
nice.
It's the second day of different leather.
Different leather.
By the way, shows off your assets very well.
Thank you.
I didn't go in and say hi to Dawn yet.
Yeah,
I saw her.
I know.
I saw her yesterday. I went in there yesterday.
Go in there and give her a hug.
She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to see you.
And I, we turn around. We're like, that's Tony Bruno.
She actually came to me and says, "Make sure he's out of here before the big three starts."
I love Tony.
Or she's going to give you pink eye.
All right, can we get some?
Let's get to the damn cuts.
Can we get some cuts here? All right, so this is
Greg Soccer gives good cut sheets.
Atlas, Nick. This is Atlas Intel, which I believe was the most accurate poll.
Atlas Intel
of last cycle.
Don't they have an office in this building right next door? Atlas Intel.
Atlas Intel just did a poll with Democrat primary candidates. Who is leading the primary candidates according to the most accurate pollster out there?
Let me guess.
Phil, put it up there.
She's in Philly today, right? With that Broccoli Rob guy, I
think. It is not Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
And it is not
Mayor Pete.
And I don't have a Gavin Newsom on my board, which is actually really odd, but I guess maybe he doesn't say anything worth being board worthy. AOC leads the way.
Yes. And that
26%.
And that grifter, Eric Doherty, says, please, Vance and Rubio in a landslide. Well, keep thinking that there, homie. As you're getting paid to grift for this administration.
I think he is correct. Now, I don't know what is a landslide anymore. I guess technically.
No, that Eric Daughtry guy, that guy's from. He actually is with this right angle news network thing.
In
so
Florida,
all he
right?
does is all day he takes clips from other people, and then he starts off with "Holy smokes! Holy cow! Bombshell! This guy now has over 1 million followers. He had no followers when he started a couple months ago.
Right.
But when you grift all day, I'm on Twitter a lot, but I'm not getting paid like he is. He's making bank. He's got 1 million followers for saying "Holy smokes!"
Yeah.
So I did a "Holy smokes" one the other day when I got to Philly, and I saw that my SEPTA pass on the SEPTA line, the Warminster line, had CCP on it. I thought I was going to China or Russia.
Somebody tweeted at me, Tony, and was like, these are the intellects that you hire at WPHT. And I'm like, you're obviously, first of all, a dummy, and second of all, obviously he was joking. Like what? Can you imagine somebody so stupid that they saw that tweet from you, Tony Bruno, and thought that you were serious?
It was a joke.
Of course it was.
Yeah. I think I even wrote "Holy smokes" to begin it. I'm sitting on the SEPTA, the airport line, coming into Center City, and when I got the ticket, it said CCP. So the first thing I thought, oh wait. I know we're turning towards socialism now in Philadelphia, but now we're going to have a CCP stop on the SEPTA rail line, commuter rail.
Ipso facto says, Greg, leading for Democrats is not the same as able to win in a general presidential election. Obviously not, dude.
Has 91 Sixers ripped me yet? Because he always rips me whenever I'm on.
No, I don't think he's on yet.
No.
Well, Newsweek has the headline, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez surged to first in the latest 2028 primary poll for Democrats, polled by Atlas Intel. The poll is especially notable because Atlas was ranked the most accurate company for the 2024 election and previously named the most accurate in the 2020 election by the 538. Again, we have the bet, Gregory.
Yes.
Yep.
If AOC does declare, runs, and wins, not a primary, but the general election, I will clean your pool. But when she runs and loses, you will carry my golf bag at Bluebell for 18 holes. And we are going to video this. This is going to be live on YouTube. We're going to bring Phil. We're going to bring Captain Kirk. We're going to have maybe Jimmy do some narration. The bet is on.
Dom? Because Dom, I was talking with Dom about golf, and I can't believe you didn't take the day off to go out to the PGA.
I should have. I should have been comped a ticket. I went there last year to do an interview, and I got guts. I got nothing. Oh, it's an experience. By the way, Tony Bruno's wearing the Harry Mays private golf collection. How about that?
Yes.
Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch.
Harry Mays.
You're going to vote for Trump today, Harry.
That's right.
He's like Kai Trump. He's got his own line of clothing.
By the way, this is Plymouth 1912, Plymouth Country Club.
Speaking of Harry Mays,
same year. It's the first year Bernie Sanders was in Congress.
Exactly.
Speaking of Harry Mays, the return of Bruno and Mays will be next Monday on 12:10 WPHT from 3 to 6.
Oh,
actually, it's going to be 3 to 7 p.m.
Oh,
so I'm just letting you know.
We get overtime here?
Bonus hour.
You're going to get
you get time and a half.
The bonus hour because
he couldn't hit a bull's ass with a. If not, I'll have the inflatable rat out right in front of this joint.
Oh, you know what? We have people asking, may I interrupt with this important question?
Absolutely.
Jump in whenever you're
ready.
We have people asking about meeting at NJFOP 56, Thursday, May 28th in West Berlin, New Jersey, breakfast by Stellatos.
Mm-hmm.
Do they, like our friend Teresa is going to be working out in her lovely yoga pants and whatnot at 6 a.m. because she works out. She's listening to us right now, but...
She wearing leather yoga pants or...
Ooh, are they leather?
Are they stretchy? Are they Spanx?
It's very fits.
Are they Spanx? There's a Spanx store in the Philadelphia International Airport I saw the other day.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Yeah. Duty free.
Duty.
But she's asking the question to Greg Stocker. So can she work? Can people show up at 9, or does everybody have to show up?
No.
at 6?
You can show up whenever you want to.
No, we start at 6 a.m. How many times do we have to hear that?
Well, she's with us at 6, but she works out.
Well, tell her to work out on site. Well, like
start at 6 a.m.
We can be like the drill instructors, like do some burpees.
Sergeant Stalker.
Absolutely.
In the shade.
30 burpees, go.
More push-ups, you maggot.
All right, so AOC leading the pack, Nick Hale.
Yeah.
What does Frank Lund say? Did he get a new rug yet? I mean, he's really dropped in the whole world of whatever the hell he's doing now.
I could totally see her winning the primary. I've never said she's not capable of winning the primary.
Isn't she in Philadelphia today with that Broccoli Rob guy? I think she is.
Broccoli Rob.
Chris.
And I'm not hating on her because I just do not believe America will elect a female socialist.
It's not even that. It's that she's dumb as a doorknob.
Okay.
Maybe take that into when she's talking about there's no billionaires, you can't become a billionaire.
And here's the thing, and here's the actual real analysis beyond just being a windbag like I always am. I don't think she's capable of winning a swing state. You can win the mayoral spot in New York or Seattle in a super blue progressive city, but do you think people in Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona and Nevada and Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, those are the 7 swing states? Do you think she's going to win more than 2 of those?
That's not even the point. I think the thing is, why is she in the top now? Because she's everywhere. She's with Bernie flying out to oligarchs. Mm-hmm. You have the oligarch in there?
Oh, of course we do, Tony Bruno. Here you go.
Oligarch. Now, you notice now she's not flying first class with Bernie going around the country. She's flying with herself, and she doesn't go to Queens where she lives and where her district is because it's a disaster area, but she goes to all these socialist cities or socialist candidates to prop them up. And that's why I think she's now top of mind. Not because
as long as prices and everything is going to be through the roof, and the American dream is not attainable for anybody. That's first starting out. Yes, she will be the candidate 100%.
Here's another reason why I think she won't ultimately win a general, because if Mamdani is being destroyed in the mainstream media as a failure in 2027 and 2028 in the news cycle, and I know the news won't necessarily go out of their way to crush a Democrat mayor in New York, but you take him in New York, you take Katie Wilson in Seattle. Yep. I mean, how crazy bad do you have to be for Starbucks to leave Seattle for Nashville, Tennessee?
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
So I think that could work. I think that could work against AOC.
She's not going to make anything any better. I'm just saying that, desperate times, desperate measures. Right. Okay, let's try this.
Some voters.
We've never tried this before.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I just don't think it'll happen.
The run-of-the-mill Democrat like Gavin Newsom with his stupid hands and his slick back hair, and the politician, that ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. I'm just telling you. By the way, Tony, only 155 likes this morning. That is an outrage.
I had 69 likes in the first hour, and I thought that's an omen.
That is 69.
Bingo hand job.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit that like button. Even if you don't stay there, just go
slam
this.
I had my sister last night on her TV last night. We're watching the news.
Yeah.
And I said, you better get 1210 WPHT up there on the TV set in South Philly.
Yeah, man.
Hit that subscribe and like button.
Yeah,
damn right.
Hit that thumbs up button. Yeah, just to put a little fine point on this. AOC at 29%, Pete Buttigieg at 22%.
Mayor Pete.
Gavin Newsom 21%, and Kamala Harris at 13%.
Yeah.
Where's Josh Shapiro?
Yeah.
Got to be single digits.
Well, Harry Enton says that this new CNN poll should serve as a big-time reality check for Democrats.
Democrats?
Yes, Trump is not liked on the economy, but guess who is not also liked on the economy? Democrats. Which, again, because AOC is not seen as a Democrat, she's seen as more of an outsider socialist. She could, come in there. So, this works to her advantage as well. Roll this.
But I think this poll serves as a big-time reality check for Democrats, and that is, it ain't over yet, especially with the redistricting when we look ahead to the 2026 race for Congress. You would have thought that the Democrats' lead would expand on the generic congressional ballot. It didn't happen. Look, in March, Democrats were up by 6 points. Look at this now. Democrats are up by 3 points, and I want you to note the yellow lettering. No clear leader. It is within the margin of error. So despite all of the talk about Donald Trump's unpopularity, the fact is Republicans very much remain in the game when it comes to the congressional midterms, which are occurring in 6 or 7 months at this point?
Yes, and don't call me Shirley. So a lead of 3 points in the generic ballot test here.
Does that get you can't?
Who was the guy that made the yuck there?
You can't hate these people enough.
I know.
Just the worst.
And I see
just
now
the
that
worst.
CNN has a Kalshi sponsored prediction tracker at the bottom of their screen. How does that not here on the Kayal and Company YouTube? I've given Kalshi more love than CNN has had race baiting clips in the last 2 months.
You have. It's disgraceful.
What are we doing here? Anyway, margin of error, huh? 3 points.
I'm always within the margin of error.
Yeah, that's
how I live my life every day.
Most of my facts are usually within the margin of error.
Keep going here.
And I love any reference to airplane, I will say, and Leslie Nielsen. Look at this. Okay, take a look here. Democrats in the National House vote margin. According to my estimate, what they need for control with redistricting in terms of the national popular vote is somewhere of a win between 3 and 4 points. What's CNN's current poll with no clear leader? It's a 3-point advantage. If this were, in fact, the actual result come election day, the race for Congress, the race for the House, would be basically a toss-up. And that is why the redistricting efforts that have been happening are so important. Because before the redistricting happened, Democrats essentially just needed to win the National House popular vote in order to win control of the House of Representatives. But now, with the redistricting, their ladder, they have to climb ever higher, and a 3-point win may very well not do it. This is well within the realm of possibilities. Could be Democrats take back the House. You know, if Democrats outperform the CNN poll by a few points, they take it back. But they could underperform as well, and that would be big-time trouble. As I said at the start here, this game is most certainly not over. Republicans very much in the race for the House of Representatives are in that game. All right.
It's pretty impressive if you think about it, because the prediction markets like Kalshi and Polymarket have said it's about 85-90% likely that Democrats take back the House. But according to Harry Enton's numbers, it's more of a coin flip. So not so, as somebody once famously said, Tony Bruno, not so fast, my friend.
Exactly right.
Yeah. How about that? Look, if Republicans find a way to win the House, or I should say keep the House, I will be stunned, absolutely floored. I'm at the point where I'm in like damage control mode, where I'm like, let's just try to keep the Senate. Because if Democrats take control of both chambers, the final 2 years of Trump's administration is just going to be totally stonewalled and hung up in gridlock. No question. By the way, Harry Enton, would you like to hang out and have a beer with that cat?
No.
What was he quoting Leslie Nielsen from Airplane?
Hey, anytime you can drop quality and classics, Airplane, Blazing Saddles. I was talking about those stories. Those are the only movie lines I remember is from those silly movies back in the 70s and 80s. Because you remember them.
Yeah, of course.
Mrs. Cleaver slopping the guys. I speak jive. Remember that? Remember that?
Yeah. We don't make quality movies like that anymore.
It's an outrage.
You think Steve Kornacki's a little jealous? Yeah, he used to be the big TV pollster guy, right? And here comes Harry Enton, a big ball of energy.
Yeah, but they use Kornacki for sports stuff, too.
They do, for the wild card on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, exactly.
Before Trump departed for China, he took some questions and had this to say, which is definitely going to be used against him in a Democrat-run ad, on the extent America's financial situation is motivating you to make a deal. Roll cut 19, Phil.
I heard this.
Yeah.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing.
There we go.
We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Let the ads begin.
Yeah.
But that was an unusual error on Trump's part.
Well, how about the part where he called the woman a name at the end? Did you hear that?
Yeah. Oh,
we had that cut?
Like a stupid person?
Yeah. I think
it.
it's the ABC chick that he goes after.
We have them all.
is.
We have them all.
Yeah. I'm
Sounds
sure
like Greg Stocker.
Aaron Rupar probably clipped that one.
Oh, yeah.
No, if you're a Democrat strategist, you absolutely put that in the ad. But I do understand, and even though I might disagree with the war and whether or not Iran was nuclear capable, like that is obviously his main objective. Is like you're going to have to tolerate. Just like with the tariffs, he's like, you're going to have short-term pain for long-term gain so we can end up in a better situation, blah, 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 blah. Same thing here. He's basically saying, suck up the gas money prices, deal with it because, you're not going to be able to worry about gas prices if Iran ever nukes us. Not saying I agree with where he's coming from as far as the motives or if they're true, but I understand what he's saying in that element, and I do think Democrats would be smart to use that. Yeah. But Democrats would rather focus on pronouns and weird
Trump
things.
is still Hitler, but the guy in Maine is not Hitler,
right?
And he's got a Nazi tattoo on his chest.
But that's what Plattner is his name.
I know it's on your cut sheet, but the truth is, Trump goes on to say what he hopes is going to happen, and that is the inflation that we reported yesterday, the gas prices, it all goes away almost immediately when this Iran conflict is done.
You really believe that?
So
you really believe that?
Yes,
don't you? Okay.
I do.
Okay, no,
I do because
sure
fuel fuels everything.
Greg.
So once that
be
goes,
nice.
No, I am being nice.
Oh, this is us, Tone. You gotta,
Get ready.
We love
Here
it.
it comes.
She's
Nothing revs this show up like Iran.
Dawn Stensland's Pollyanna takes.
No, it's not my Pollyanna take. It's my honest, fact-based take.
And your take is what? I'm sorry. Just could you repeat
My
that?
take is, and Trump said, he goes on to say that as you know, if you would let it play on, but I know it's on your. So what he's saying is, as soon as this thing is done, then the inflation goes away, the gas prices drop very quickly, and everybody forgets about it by the midterms. I'm paraphrasing here, but that's what's going to happen. So I actually think the sooner this is done, the sooner the economy gets back to rolling, and then nobody's going to talk about Iran.
All right,
well, how quickly is quickly, and what exactly is the price? I mean, because to me, if gas goes now, let's just total spitball hypothetical here. Let's say this thing ends, and we're out of there. I don't know, June 5th, right before Trump's birthday.
That's not going to help our Memorial Day weekend gas.
I get it. Well, we're going to have to suck it up.
I won't be able to drive to Avalon
or Maryland.
Exactly. With the Maryland dad. Will he be down? I'm going to meet with the Maryland dad this weekend.
Yeah, you
Kilmar with him and Cash,
Van Hollen, Cash having margaritas in Maryland.
By the way, there's a great story. It's a great tweet. Cash Patel, was getting grilled by Chris Van Hollen yesterday about how he was drinking with the U.S. hockey team.
Yeah.
Yes.
And meanwhile, he's the guy who flew down to Nicaragua to have cocktails, margaritas with the Maryland dad, Kilmar Abrego.
Yeah, Chris Van Hollen definitely needs to sit this one out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Maryland now has the worst Congress. You're trying to think of who has the worst senators, which state.
Yeah.
Massachusetts. Pennsylvania, we're pretty good. I mean, we have active people in Harrisburg who are not all Democrats, right? And there's a mixture at least. But in Maryland's become like a crazy state now.
Massachusetts South.
You got Wes Moore, the governor, who thinks he's going to be president, and he can't even fix a bridge. Yep. And now it's going to take 2 more years to fix it. Even Josh Shapiro fixes bridges faster than that.
And who's the mayor, Brandon, what's his face?
Oh, the guy in Baltimore, yeah. Have you been to the Inner Harbor?
No.
Baltimore's a disaster area, sadly.
Can we not get ahead of the cut sheet, please?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to get it out. I'm sorry. I'm just wound up being live in the building here. I got so many things.
Let's have less to say on a radio show.
Okay, let's go.
The first brand manager ever wanting talent to have nothing to say. That'd make great radio, wouldn't it, Gregory? Should we say less for Greg?
AOC.
The Herald.
Hey, stop! I don't want any fighting going on in here, right?
No, let's talk Iran. By the way, I never got to my proposition for Dawn.
What?
So let's say we're out of.
You're making a proposition to Dawn? Is it because of the leather?
Well, the leather gets me. Yeah.
This is the burgundy leather.
Dawn, are you going to wear workout pants at FOP Lodge 56 with the rest of our audience?
Maybe.
I love it.
You down with FOP?
By the way, you don't want me in any spandex with my fat ass. I'm a mess right now. Look at this.
Speaking of which, Road Warriors asking me for sizes on the spandex bike shorts, but I don't know because you can't return them.
Yeah.
Well, you need to do an actual measurements.
Yeah. All right.
Should we do measurements?
We'll talk.
Yeah. We'll do a live. You know what? Get a tape measure in here, and we'll measure.
We'll do it live.
Measure my.
We'll do it live.
Measure your what?
Measure me live on the air. That'll get the likes up.
What was your proposition?
So June 5th. Let's say June 5th we leave.
It's his Prop 5.
Prop 5?
Prop 5.
June 5.
We leave June 5th. Gas prices by the midterms go from $4.70 a gallon to, let's call it $3.50. Still 60, 70 cents more than what it was before Iran. You think Americans are going to forget about that and not use that against us in the midterms?
Yep. Because I think
I'm not running in the midterm, so I don't care.
Well, as you can tell, I'm not running at all.
But if he doesn't, that's the problem. Because he's on the clock.
Because some of the financial people have said we will if we get out of there like today, we won't see the gas prices back to pre-Iran until the start of 27.
And you know what? The oil companies are taking advantage of this because they know it. They know that they have to get the refineries up and running again. So you know how they go from the winter grade, then they have to change the way they refine diesel fuel and the way they refine regular home heating oil and all this other stuff.
Right.
Any time you give the oil companies a chance to keep the prices high, they're going to keep it high.
Now, if you want me to give a glass half full perspective, like okay, I mean, Republicans were probably going to lose the House anyway. So if gas prices are still too high and people haven't forgotten, but Republicans maintain and hold the Senate, then you can spin it and say, well, we were going to lose the House anyway, so it's not a total lost cause.
I have no sympathy for them because I already lost one House, so I'm not going to lose another one.
We have a beautiful one. Here's the
Thank
thing.
you, Don.
All the experts that I've talked to, and you can look this up, but gas prices are expected to begin falling within days to weeks of this definitive end, and that's the critical wording here, a definitive end to this Iran war expedition, whatever the heck you want to call it. The analysts project a drop of anywhere between 30 and 60 cents per gallon from the peak levels almost immediately after. And that's what, on Greg's cut sheet, you're going to hear Trump say, that this is going to be a rapid drop.
24.
Cut 24.
Mr. President, you promised to bring inflation. Mr. President,
Now they take the different angle.
down. It's now at its highest level in 3 years. Are your policies not working? What's happening?
Policies are working incredibly. If you go back to just before the war, for the last 3 months, inflation was at 1.7%. Now, we had a choice. Let these lunatics have a nuclear weapon. If you want to do that, then you're a stupid person, and you happen to be. I mean, I know you very well. Anybody that wants them to have a nuclear weapon is a stupid person. So we said we're going to take the greatest stock market in history, and we're going to go down a little bit. And actually, that turned out to be incorrect because our stock market is now at the highest point in history, which frankly surprised a lot of people. It's a very simple message. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, and that's 100%. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone.
The thrill is gone.
Their leaders are gone. They're all gone.
Everybody's gone.
Everybody's gone. You're out of here. No, you're out. Stupid. By the way, when I hear him saying stupid person, I think of the song by Garbage, Stupid Girl. Remember that great jam?
1995.
Stupid girl.
So basically, Trump was saying,
I know everything.
All right. Well, I mean, I hope it was worth it. I hope my take is wrong. I hope we're out of there this afternoon. I really do.
Okay.
But you had a economy that in year one continued to beat expectations. Inflation was in a good spot. Gas was in a good spot. You had other different economic metrics that come out on a monthly basis in a good spot. And now you've erased that. So I hope it was for the right cause, and I hope we're victorious, and I hope Iran, but
The thing that I do, and I think everybody should do it, when you go to Arco or Sunoco, you get those you get those little things where you get 15 cents off a gallon right now. If you're trying to find ways to make your gas prices lower.
Can you still use your giant bonus points on gas?
Of course. It's not just gas though, guys. The cost
but that's what hits people in the face every day.
It's the cost of everything.
Yeah,
it's the cost of everything.
It is, but energy fuels everything. And here's what let's zoom out for a moment and think about the biggity big experts on this issue. And I'll say this till I'm blue in the face. What Trump did here is historic. He rewrote the game. Basically, he rewrote the entire way that we get our energy. In other words, it used to be the cartels. It used to be OPEC, which had just signed on with Russia as of May 1st. This is a re-racking of the entire system. It's all been rewritten. Everything goes back to playing Monopoly with my big brother, John. What did he do? If he wanted to make a big change, he'd look at the rules, rewrite them basically. And that's what Trump has done. We're in the driver's seat now. That's with the UAE. The fact that Iran was striking on Kuwait yesterday,
if we're in
and
the driver's
UAE
seat,
partners were firing on
deals?
Iran.
If we're in the driver's seat, why are we making deals?
Let me finish, would you? Let me finish.
Why are we
this is
making
the critical
deals?
part. This is the critical piece here. Watch what happens.
Okay.
And that's why no longer are we at the mercy of OPEC, which had just signed on with Russia. That's why you're seeing Putin now is kneeling down. He's down on a knee. Why?
Yes, he is.
because he was part of OPEC. That has been dismantled. That's what Trump did. And that's when I say, when we look at the 3D chess, that's what he did. The UAE announcing it would leave OPEC effective May 1st.
And now, now when he's meeting with Xi, they need the oil too.
Yes.
China needs the oil.
That's true.
And they get it from Iran. And a lot of countries that are our rivals, especially China, they're getting their oil from Iran. And now, so I think Trump has a little bit of a bargaining chip here when it comes to, hey, cool your jets, bro. And, because now, he's going to see these guys. Remember when people in the first term, he's calling Rocket Man, and then he went to North Korea, and now he's going back to China again? Trump's willing to sit down with any of these scoundrels, and that's the good thing.
What was the percentage, Dawn? Yesterday, I think you had Iran provides, is it 20% of the world's oil, or is it 10%?
I said that yesterday.
Okay.
Greg was talking about the fact that they are an energy superpower.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
But their economy right now, their inflation is, what did I report yesterday? 70%. They are suffering internally, and they are weakened. It's true. Now,
91 LSXer wants to know if by experts you mean the boomers you talk to at diners.
I'll tell you what. I want to do my Frank Rizzo to 91 Sixers. Hey, I want to fight you.
Yeah.
I'll take yous all on, as Frank said.
Exactly right.
I'll take yous on. All you guys in that truck.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Mark Levin and Miriam Adelson.
I want to fight you, 91
you know who I
6.
recently was hanging. You know who I recently was hanging out with, and this is a woman who's on all of the networks, and she happens to be a neighbor of mine, Victoria Coates. Former senior advisor in the Trump administration to many others. This woman is brilliant. She's smarter than all of us put together.
She's no Barb McQuaid,
so I'm not
though. By the
hanging
way,
out with random people at the diner. I'm hanging out with Victoria Coates.
Exactly
and this
right.
is what she, as well as others on both sides of the aisle, are saying.
Okay.
Damn right, Dawn.
Boom. So there's your boomer.
Yeah.
Boom.
Don't take any crap from three dudes.
What has she been right about? Victoria Coates. What has she been right about?
Let's see.
I know everybody on the station loves to trot her out like she's some effing expert, but okay.
She is.
Okay.
Should we bring in?
You're a creep.
Should we bring in Barb McQuaid? Talk about a far left lunatic.
I don't even know who that
is. She's this local chick who she's an MSNBC, whatever the hell they are now. Honk.
MS Now.
MS Now.
Trump was also asked about the ballroom. What are the taxpayers paying for the ballroom now? Because I heard the Senate Republicans wanted taxpayer money to go to this ballroom. Like, what are we doing as far
Since
as
I
this
won
goes?
that whole thing, now he's talking about the ballroom. He's moving on.
Right.
Let's talk about the reflecting
Spike the
pond.
football, Dawn.
I was right.
Yeah, Dawn.
Let's talk about the.
You're absolutely not right.
Give it to him,
I am.
Dawn.
You're absolutely not right. You're the one who said this was going to be a quick excursion. Remember?
By the way, the ballroom, Trump will not even get to see it or use it. So all these people who think he's doing it for himself, he's not going to. He's not going to benefit from it.
That's the thing that drives me crazy about this. It's not like he's setting up a pop-up tent and taking it home with
he's
him.
He's not going to lift it up like people do with their houses and move it down to Mar-a-Lago in Florida.
The amount of things that don't matter in the world
It's
that
a
people
joke.
lose their mind over.
The reflecting pond, by the way, Obama fixed the reflecting pond in 2012, and it was a disaster area, and he spent $34 million. Now everybody's worrying about painting the reflecting pond on our 250th birthday, worrying about sprucing up. We're doing it in Philly. They're doing it in D.C. When you go to these tourist places, you want the cities to look nice.
It's a bad. I don't care about the ballroom. Like, if they want to do it, that's fine. As long as the taxpayers don't have to pay for it, they can do whatever the hell they want to. That dump that is the White House. But I think that the look of it right now, as people are struggling,
the glitz and the glitter of that
things,
versus
and
the economic reality.
all he wants to talk about is the ballroom. I think it's just a bad look.
He only talks about the ballroom when people ask him about it.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's what's on your cut sheet.
I want to give
the
you
headline. You're going to love the headline because the headline in CNN is that the Senate Republicans are debating whether or not to swallow Trump's $1 billion push for the new ballroom.
John Thune should be removed from office immediately, if not sooner.
Another empty suit. We have a clip on this?
Let's do
I've got a
Trump
tape for you on the back end.
20.
So what happened is we have a ballroom that's under budget. It's going up right here. I've doubled the size of it because we obviously need that. And we're right now on budget, under budget, and ahead of schedule.
You doubled.
I doubled the size of it, you dumb person.
What
You are
Jimmy.
Supersize me, baby.
I need
doubled
that.
the size of it.
Yeah,
You
that's
dumb
the
person.
cut. That's got to be in the machine.
Put it on the board.
Before this show is over, that's got to be in the drop board.
Yes. Let me actually defend my guy for a moment here.
Which
because-
guy?
Trump.
Oh.
Because this is a guy who...
Not Greg Stocker. Is he your guy?
Well, he's also my guy. You're all my guys.
I know a guy, too.
Shout out to all my guys and my chicks out there. Dawn's included. Dawn's my gal.
And shout out to all my dogs behind the wall out there, too, if you're listening.
Pour one out for my homies.
At
Malt
Holmesburg.
liquor, a little Old English 40. In a ballroom, maybe we wouldn't have a guy like Cole Thomas Allen showing up and running past these schlubs that are dubbed Secret Service protection that continue to fail this guy. Not only did they fail him in Butler with the JV squad, even back in the office, he's still being failed by people who are supposed to annihilate any threat to the most perceived powerful person on the planet. So you know what? Maybe the Hilton Hotel, it kind of sucks, I got to be honest.
Yep.
Remember the idea I had the last 2 weeks ago, Dawn? I said, you know what? If you're going to host the White House Correspondents' Dinner, maybe you don't have occupants taking up rooms. It's closed for the public. Will never happen if we have a ballroom. And you're right, Trump, Tony, you're right. Trump won't get the benefit from it because it won't be completed until 28. But God forbid in 2032 or 2036, somebody tries to kill AOC, which I would never encourage or recommend. Now she's in a ballroom, or whoever, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, you're not going to be able to kill the president. Because in a ballroom like that, nobody's getting close to the president.
As I said yesterday, this is the only building that's tougher to get into than the White House.
Nobody's getting in this building.
Or the Hilton in Washington, D.C.
Nobody's getting in this building.
No.
We have an S-ton more. We'll get to it on the other side. Nick, talk to us about Piazza.
Well, I would love to. By the way, the 8 o'clock hour also brought to you by Window Nation, proud partner of this year's Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Right now, take advantage of their buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale. Plus, get 0 down payments and no payments or interest for 2 years. But don't wait until the heat hits. It's going to hit this weekend. Call Window Nation for your fast, free estimate today. Let's talk about our friends at Piazza Auto Group. As you know, my teammates, that's right, they're my teammates, from the Piazza Auto Group, now include 2 Infinity dealerships. Ardmore was not enough. Piazza's in demand. Infinity is in demand. And we know that Dan Piazza has basically taken over Route 202 in Westchester. It's now the Piazza Parkway. Not officially, but in our world it is. And Infinity has a new star player in the lineup. The all-new 2027 QX65. This is a luxury crossover. Sporty, smart, spacious, bold style, and dynamic performance. You can take it for a test drive today. I'm actually going to be out there next week test driving it before the Memorial Day holiday weekend. And more good news, you can still get 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. If you still are interested in the available award-winning QX60, which is third row capable, seats up to 7, or the Infinity QX80 SUV, also third row capable, seats up to 8. Yeah. Even Sean Duffy and Rachel Campos Duffy, they can fit all their kids in there. That's how big it is. Visit Infinity Ardmore or Infinity Westchester today and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Match on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've been going to the Bent's Dental Group for more than a decade, mostly twice a year cleanings, but over the past year, wear and tear have taken a toll. I needed more advanced care. Dr. Bent's knew my history, and I knew I was in the right hands for something complex. Board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz specialize in advanced dental cases using the latest technology. Get the smile that you really want. Call 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
8:33, welcome back in. Kayal and Company on this What Up Wednesday. Tony Bruno in studio, live.
Local and late breaking. It's the station of the people.
It's the station of the people. 1210 WPHT. And as you can see, it's a lot like a golfer. First couple of holes on an early morning tee time, you wear the quarter zip, you warm up, and now Tony is donning.
You're a crumb bum.
Yes.
The world famous crumb bum shirt.
You're a crumb creep lush coward.
While you're here, we got to get you a Kayal and Company shirt.
Yes. So exclusive that even the hosts of the show don't get.
You won't get it.
I have one.
Oh, you got the new one?
I got the new one.
Kayal.
Get away from me, you crumb.
Well, wear it loud and wear it proud, Dawn.
Tony, what size are you? I'll get you one.
Where's I don't have a single solitary 1210 WPHT T-shirt.
What?
Not one.
What size are you? I'll get you one.
Not a Kayal
We'll go down to the prize closet.
What size are you?
Tony, what are you, a large?
Probably XL.
XL. I'll get you an XL.
XL for comfort.
XL. All right.
You mean shirt size?
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, did you hear Stalker's crazy story at 6:02 today?
No, I had just gotten up. I didn't have the radio on.
Speaking of sizes.
Big balls.
You got to go back and get it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube.
Ball maxing is
Ball
is the thing.
maxing.
Ball maxing.
You've heard of hard maxing and look maxing?
Ball maxing.
Now men are taking...
Is Tony having trouble with his headphones?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Because these headsets are good, so there's a plug in the headset. So when I sat down, I pulled it out of the out of the headset piece, not out of the rack.
Dude.
So you guys know this. We covered this story. The Irina Zarkutsa,
Yes.
the woman who was murdered
In Charlotte, North Carolina.
on the train by that thug criminal in Charlotte, North Carolina.
The one that the Democrats wouldn't stand for at any time her name is brought up.
The video that has gone around the world, and it's just heartbreaking every time you see it. It just makes me angry every time I see it. So they put up a mural honoring Irina in Rhode Island.
Yep.
It was officially removed yesterday because of all the outrage from it. And just to remember, this is Representative David Morales, and I think there's another. I think it's the mayor of Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Who say this. It's very divisive. It's a very divisive mural. So it was up. The Democrats said, not on my watch.
Yep.
So it was officially taken down yesterday. Roll this.
This mural behind us does not reflect Providence's values, nor does it reflect the creativity that we want to see.
This has not brought us closer together as a community. In fact, has been quite divisive and even a little bit ugly.
Mayor Brett Smiley.
Would you rather a George Floyd mural?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Or would that be divisive?
Of course.
And you know the thing is, the building that it's on, there is a gay bar. The building itself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a gay bar, and it's on the side of the wall of the gay bar. So I guess I don't know why the gay community would be upset.
Now, who put it up? Was it the bar owner or his property?
Well, it's a wall, so I don't know who owns the wall on the side. You know how when you're at the end of a row,
right,
and they put a mural up, like here in, Philly's the mural capital of the world. There's a lot of great murals in this city.
That's a good point.
Right? Rizzo's mural is down.
I mean, if I own the building and I put it up, well, then I don't really care what any of the public has to say.
But how is it divisive, though? That's the question. Nobody answers it up there.
If there's like a zoning ordinance or the city says you can't have it for whatever reason based on size or whatever, okay, I guess maybe you have to adhere to that. But really, it's divisive and not what the... So you stand with the person. Basically what you're saying is you stand with the criminal that slit that poor girl's throat that she bled out on that subway and died.
It's disgraceful.
It is.
This is, you're right. Whoever owns that building, if they want to put up whatever they want to, they should be allowed to.
Right.
It's disgraceful.
Apparently, the artist that did it for free. So, I don't know all the minutiae that went into it, but I know the second it was up, that town has been lost since the judge died. Remember the judge lost in Providence? The guy,
yes.
He had a TV show. He was one of the nicest guys. He would give people breaks, but these were like petty crimes. You know, hey, I didn't pay my parking ticket. They go before the judge.
Right,
that guy was awesome. When he died, Providence died. Lost. And they are really lost in Providence now.
Yeah,
it's outrage.
Wow.
Their mayor talks about the fact that this was a tragedy, but that it doesn't, and you aired part of it. That's their mayor who says it doesn't represent Providence.
Brett Smiley.
What a dick he is.
Yeah,
Brett Smiley.
Little dork.
So here's the thing I'll say about this mural that's a little different than the ones, for example, that we have in Philadelphia. The artist painted it on canvas. So the nice part of this, I think, and I'm hopeful that we're all talking about this, such that they rolled it up, they removed it off the building, but it is on canvas.
Okay,
that's a good catch by you. That's a good catch by you, Dawn. Actually, Phil, if you could put the end, what we're looking at in the hopper now, just put it into the box so everybody can see. Yeah, it's on. It's on like a piece of fabric.
Yeah.
Good catch by Dawn.
So maybe this will go up somewhere else. Is
Hopefully,
that what you're saying, Dawn?
yeah, because they had such backlash about it.
Maybe Philly will want it.
Well, I know Sherelle just won't issue a statement.
Of course.
She'll just sit it out.
And Irina's killer, like, we've talked about so many cases, this guy, Brown, has a prior criminal history, and should never have been out free
Agreed.
on the streets.
Exactly.
And, you know, once
And
again,
she left Ukraine
Yes.
in the middle of the war, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And went to North Carolina where you would think she would be safe.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
now Charlotte's basically Baghdad.
she survived the war
That's
in
unbelievable.
Ukraine to
die in America.
Not knowing the war that's happening in America by these judges. These judges that
And
let
it
these
gets worse.
criminals out.
And you're right, Greg. It's getting worse every day. There's 2 or 3 more stories of nutcases, and I hate to call them nutcases, but these people are criminally insane that are out on the streets.
Right.
And it's not just the illegal criminals; it's like U.S. citizens
domestic
who are
ones.
mentally ill are out there. Guy gets an AR and starts. You've seen that video over and over again
with the scope in Dallas.
Yeah, no, and then the guy in Boston, right in front of Harvard.
Oh,
it was on Greg's cut sheet yesterday.
That's right. Yeah,
the guy who he's a light skinned African American
male, possibly white, but we did confirm that he is not male, possibly white.
That is right.
sir.
CNN did verify.
Male, possibly white.
Yes.
By the way, is this a loss for Mustard?
No.
Florida's alligator Alcatraz is closing down.
No,
Mustard.
No, you know why it's
we knew
closing
that.
down? Yeah, because there's nobody there anymore. There's nobody there. That's where
No
they were
need for it.
holding a lot of the criminal illegals who have been sent there. And by the way, there was air conditioning in it. So all of these idiots in Florida, the 3 Democrats in the state of Florida who are trying to take it over, have been out there protesting every day.
Wow.
But the good news is it's too hot to protest. So when they go out with their protest signs to Alligator Alcatraz, we should release the alligators so that these people get eaten and won't go out again to the next stupid protest that they organize.
Are we going to have to release and retire this drop?
Florida is where woke goes to die.
No, they're closing it because the beds are all empty in there. But they made it sound like it was, this terrible place.
Roll it.
Update now on the Immigration Detention Center in the Florida Everglades known as Alligator Alcatraz.
That's not him.
Sources tell CBS Miami that less than a year after it opened, the facility will shut down next month after the 1,400 migrants now held there are transferred or deported. It faced allegations of inhumane conditions. The estimated cost to taxpayers, about $1 billion.
Well, here's how we
$1 billion to taxpayers. Wow.
Here's where we could put it to good use. Let's stick everybody that's got the Hunta-virus in Alligator
Alcatraz.
Stay there until you're
You
better.
won't have to worry about the rats.
Yeah.
The alligators will get you.
Right.
So Governor DeSantis said they processed and deported more than 22,000 detainees since it opened last summer. It's expected to shut down by June 1st.
And it's a tent. It's temporary.
Yes.
But when they put these tents up, and everybody's seen the video, it's air-conditioned tents.
Yeah.
What are we supposed to do, have 5-star meals for them?
Yeah.
Mustard.
Exactly.
It's interesting. Here's the thing. It's interesting that you said $1 billion. What do you think millions, perhaps tens of millions of illegals coming to this country, what do you think that's costing you? You just paid your taxes? Look at your tax bill and think about this. We are paying for this. We're paying for everybody, their Medicaid or Medicare, their SNAP benefits, all of their benefits. We pay for that.
Well,
we pay for their housing. We pay for their kids' education.
I'm glad
we pay for that.
I'm glad you went there because this is cut 4. This is Danielle Lamont. She's a former Allstate insurance agency and in Colorado, where she confirms the skyrocketing insurance rates are because illegal uninsured drivers getting into accidents.
Boom. Because you can't read road signs.
Roll this.
You had Danielle Lamont on your show.
We did.
She was on my show. She talked about the reason why car insurance is so expensive in Colorado is because the uninsured illegal immigrants.
Of course it is.
And the fact that she used to own a state or an insurance agency, and she would have people that would get hit by illegals that didn't have insurance.
Yep.
And then her own insurance company is having to pay out their own clients that were hit by illegals.
Yeah, she was an Allstate gal.
Which is crazy. Think about that. Your company that represents you is having to pay you because the illegals don't have insurance.
That's right. Yeah.
Yep. And that's why our insurance is so high.
Happened to me.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
She's only told that story 10 times, Don. Nick.
I didn't hear the story.
No,
I
I don't remember it.
Let's go for 11.
What's I don't recall this. I don't doubt that you've told it
As
10
Ilhan
times.
Omar, let's call it World War 11 here.
Nobody listens to you, Don.
I do.
I do.
Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
4 years of takes. I can't chronicle every one of them.
I didn't know Dawn's insurance scam story.
Yeah. Did you switch to Geico?
And I was on my way to work. Greg remembers it.
A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more if you switch to Geico.
The bottom line was Philadelphia police, the officers came over and they just said, I'm sorry, Dawn.
Seriously, was this the stolen identity case of yours?
This was
That's
my
a different story
vehicle.
of yours.
An illegal guy driving a car with Florida plates, but nothing. He had no paperwork. Didn't own said it was relatives or whatever, and he got to walk away. And my insurance went out.
Was that here in New Jersey or in Philly?
In Philadelphia.
Wait, we have illegal citizens in the city?
I never knew.
I thought we
were a sanctuary city.
I know it's a shocker.
By the way, I've already contributed to Philadelphia public schools because when I got in the taxi, they add the $1 surcharge that Mayor Parker wants for everybody that gets in a cab or a Uber or a ride share.
Wait till you see how much it'll be when the Waymos come.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You're a big, successful, biggity big, legendary guy. You're not going to feel that dollar.
Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't feel anything.
Tony Bruno.
I don't feel anything when I'm traveling.
The big, strong.
I had 2 gin and tonics last night. I didn't feel a damn thing.
By the way, we only increased the like count to 246.
That's an outrage.
And
Do I have to go out on the streets with a bullhorn on Market Street here?
There's almost 700 people watching, and we have 246 likes.
We got to do like a Bruno about town video today.
Exactly.
Have Bruno wandering around Market.
So here's what I need everybody to do if you're listening and watching on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up button, okay?
Yeah, come on,
that thumbs up button. Give us 50. Just give us 50 more. That's all we need. 50 more, so we can get over 300. Okay, please. How dare you.
Threaten them to play like AOC on loop until we get there. What was Zioli's thing during the TMF thing? He said he was going to play something nonstop if we didn't get to our fundraising goal. Yeah. That's what you got to do. You got to threaten people sometimes.
Another bid he stole from me. ICE uncovers, this is 26. ICE uncovers suspected fraud scheme involving thousands of foreign students in OPT program, AOPT.
No.
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials say investigators uncovered widespread irregularities involving nearly 10,000 foreign students participating in the federal government's OPT program.
Do we know what AOPT stands for? What that program is?
Optional Practical Training. Optional Practical Training.
OPT. You down with OPT?
You know me. Mm-hmm. Authorities allege many students claimed employment with highly suspicious companies that have been created to exploit the visa system. Here's a little bit of the press conference from yesterday.
Today we are announcing that we have identified over 10,000 foreign students who claim to be working for highly suspect employers. And that's just among the top 25 OPT employers. This is only the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
Over the past year, we've dramatically expanded our oversight of OPT and can report that we've found fraud nationwide. HSI agents have visited problematic OPT employer work sites in Virginia, Texas, Georgia, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, and Florida. Many of these employers include NGOs engaged in suspicious activity. We've discovered empty buildings and locked doors at addresses where hundreds of foreign students are allegedly employed. In many cases, multiple OPT employers claim to operate from the same address, but none actually lease the facility. We found small residential addresses listed as work sites for hundreds of foreign students, yet no employees were present. When someone does answer the door, their statements are inconsistent or they claim no knowledge of the business.
Sounds like a hospital.
We're also seeing financial red flags. Many alleged employers display clear fraud indicators, including tax liens, civil lawsuits, collections, and breaches of contract. And we are seeing suspicious financial transactions moving cash across multiple countries.
Wow.
Yeah, and we worried about the $1 billion to get 22,000 illegal immigrants out of our country in Alligator Alley for a year. Mm-hmm. And every day they're finding more and more fraud and fake businesses and people stealing billions of dollars of our tax dollars. Mm-hmm. And nobody's doing anything about it. They're just having hearings.
Well, President Trump started pushing for this heavily actually in August of 2025. So what's happening in that news conference with Department of Homeland Security and the Trump administration, they have proposed these very strict new rules for these F1 and J1 international students, because before it was basically no expiration date.
Yeah.
And so now what they're saying is you have 4 years, a 4-year time period, and then once that 4 years is up, because we have over 1.1 million international students right now, including those on this OPT, which is about 300,000. And this increased drastically. The number of international students increased drastically during the previous administration.
Shocking. The whole previous administration was international. It's unbelievable. So good. 4 years and then
go away.
Get out. Be gone.
And after the completion, after that 4-year period, then you have to go before a review, and they're making everything so that it's transparent, it's accountable. And it's because there are many people who, and President Trump said when he was campaigning again, said he wants the brightest and the best. But the problem is they were using these well-intended programs to do exactly what that.
Yeah. Nobody's saying there shouldn't be an international presence in America. Just come here legally, be vetted, go through the process like everybody else has had to do for decades and decades and decades and hundreds of years. And oh, by the way, too, and I think, Greg, you've brought this up in the past, this is kind of along the theme of accountability with judges. Start going after these employers that are cheating the system for cheap labor or for whatever their motives are.
Remember, it wasn't that long ago that we have E-Verify. This way we know where this person... Now, all of a sudden, nobody cares about E-Verify anymore. You notice that? When was the last time somebody said, yeah, that's why we have E-Verify, so we can know where our employees are coming from? Nobody cares anymore because they're finding the cheapest labor to throw people in there, and then the inflatable rat finally comes out, and that's why the inflatable rat is still the best rat in Philadelphia.
Cobra on the YouTube chat says, I sense tension on the show today. Maybe they're jealous of Bruno. After all, he is the superior radio personality compared to the others.
Well, that's my agent checking in right now. Hey, Robin's not listening. She's going to Hawaii today, so she's not checking.
She says you're the supreme. Is that her nickname for you?
The Supreme Leader?
Supreme.
Greg wants to hammer this guy. Let's go ahead and whack him, Greg. Play whack-a-mole with him.
Hey, Cobra, it's 8:51. You're late for the short bus.
Thank
you very much.
Tension. This show's never been more loosey-goosey.
I know.
Where's the tension here?
Hold on. The chief seat one occupant of the short bus has just pulled in. Let's go to the tape.
I went to school on a school bus.
Was it a yellow school bus?
I love electric
school buses.
Speaking of corporations being held accountable, 2 corporate entities and a foreign shipping employee have been charged in the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. You remember that?
Oh, yeah, the one that they still haven't even broken ground to repair yet.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wes Moore says, don't worry, though. It's only $9 billion over budget, and he's going to start it if you vote for him for president. That guy, Wes Moore, is going to run for president, and he's going to be the nominee when he sneaks in there.
Wow.
What year did the bridge collapse? Was it 24?
23? Yeah, almost 2 years ago.
We were on the air, remember?
Yeah, the ship hit it. The ship hit the span.
See what you did there?
Yeah, thank you.
I get to the rim shot, but it's only...
Where's the rim shot? Come on,
no,
man.
no,
I need a rim shot.
I will fire him.
I just need one rim shot.
I will fire him next time.
Can we just do one? All right,
just one.
Let's negotiate.
I got to get it out of my system.
One rim shot before we sign off.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm going to have the page loaded.
I mean, the ship hit the span is a pretty good thing without using profanity on the air. It's
good to
say that fast 5 times.
It was March 26, 2024.
States unsealed an indictment
2 years ago.
charging 3 defendants, Synergy Marine Private Limited, Synergy Maritime Private Limited, and Radha Krishnan Karthik Nair with crimes related to the disaster, including conspiracy, violations of the Ports and Waterways Safety Act, misconduct or neglect of ship officers resulting in death, and obstruction, among others. At approximately 1:29 on that late March morning, the Dolly, a 900-foot container vessel, crashed into the Key Bridge.
Hello, Dolly.
Causing the death of 6 individuals working on the structure and the total destruction of the bridge. This resulted in a downed bridge that obstructed the channel and shut down the port of Baltimore.
1961 Merritt says China can build a bridge like that in a week.
Exactly.
Well, I was just going to say, both a Republican and a Democrat fix major issues quickly. Florida, DeSantis, fall of 22. That bridge was fixed.
Well, with DeSantis during the Hurricane Ian, he had the roads into the Pine Island and on the Sanibel Island. He had those fixed in days.
Right.
Days.
And then 95 here, just a few years ago.
95. Remember when John Fetterman was talking about 95?
95.
He was right about it. But you know 95. What? Listen, I give Josh Shapiro credit. But anybody has the road's a major thoroughfare. It's I-95, so it's an international road. It's not just a local Philadelphia state road.
That's true.
And so that had to be fixed quickly. And I know Josh Shapiro's taking all these bows over it. That's what your job is supposed to be.
Well, that and calling into WIP.
I will tell you that if you remember, the people who were killed turned out to be illegals on that overnight shift.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And so you think about that's a union, those are union jobs, and overnight on the overnight shift, and it was obviously tragic, but the men that were killed that were on the bridge at the time working, how were they allowed in Maryland? Because all those jobs were union jobs. We all asked, they never answered. You never heard a peep. About that whole situation. How could you have not just non-union guys, but illegals?
Ask Chris Van Hollen and Jamie Ratskin down there, the two Congress people, the two senators.
Ratskin. And this is why, the truth is we all know all of these stories, the tie that Greg has brilliantly within his cut sheet, all of these connect by the fact that they're taking American jobs.
See, it's almost like I know what I'm doing. So when I'm yelling about let's not get ahead of the cut sheet, there's a method to my madness, Nick Kale.
Oh.
I never got ahead of the cut sheet.
Was that the tension that the random grifter on YouTube said?
No, this
He must be new to the show. We always fight on this show.
It's
called entertaining content.
There hasn't been a fight so far today.
Disgraceful.
It's unbelievable.
We have Fight Club in 14 minutes.
Better be a good Fight Club. You guys really blew it yesterday. I was screaming in my sister's house when you guys were putting one bad Fight Club after another. That was embarrassing. I almost didn't show up for work yesterday. I was ready to resign and not come in here after that debacle.
Today's cut was supplied by Kristen Kale.
Saint Kristen.
Debacle.
Kristen Kale has
so if it sucks, it's on me. As always, it's always my fault.
Kristen Kale has contributed to today's cut sheet.
Dawn, if it sucks, she's no longer to be called St. Kristen on this program.
Was it at her softball game that all hell break loose there?
By the way, these 6 O'Briens on YouTube says I was going to give my like, but my disabled son was getting on the short bus. Listen, I'm not commenting on that. I'm commenting on a person.
Here we go. Everybody's in their feelings.
Everybody
I thought this was the free speech crowd.
Oh man, people can't take jokes.
I don't do short bus jokes. I'm sorry. I'll do little school bus jokes and electric school bus.
If they have a stop sign that goes out, I'll run past any one of them.
Dawn, talk to us about Chapman, please.
Yes, please.
Please get us out of this.
Take us away. Let's
Omaha, get out of the bad play. Dawn, get us into a successful play.
Successful. Chapman windows, doors, and siding. You've heard me talk about them over the years, more than a decade now. But did you know they also repair screens? Right now, Chapman, they have some great, just fantastic spring specials for you. Screen repairs start at just $30. And when you repair 3 screens, you get 1 free. You can mix and match, obviously, window with patio door screens. If your whole house needs that attention, Chapman, they have you covered there with some great in-home specials covering up to 30 screens for just $1,500. That's when they come to you. This is a premier service, a savings of hundreds of dollars. Or maybe you'd rather bring in your screens yourself, drop them off to their Westchester showroom. They're going to have them all ready for pickup, and that's a huge savings, up to 30 screens for just $750. So whether they come to you or you come to them, Chapman's team, they always handle everything, whether it's windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation. They do it all with incredible care and precision. I can tell you that as a longtime customer. So let the fresh air in this spring. Enjoy the view. You can text, you can call them, check them out. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, or just go to the website, look at the before and after photos, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across our lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing. And ask about our veteran specials. It's our way of saying thank you to those who served. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive in Royersford or online at tricountytoyota.com. With approved credit. Final price includes $4.90 doc fee. Expires June 1st, 2026.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or your local CVS.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
9:02, welcome back in. Kayal and Company live on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Tony, Bruno, and Tony has been glued to the television.
Yes, Trump has arrived in Beijing, and he walked down the steps and didn't fall. Everybody was waiting for that. CNN was there. Jake Tapper was ready to break in. Wolf Blitzer was standing by. But Trump has arrived in China, and they're waving American flags.
Nice,
then they will get back. Yeah, they'll be back on the plane, and then we'll go to Arcadia and then take over that city when Trump comes back to the United States. But by the way, the first question that Trump was asked about the ballroom.
Uh-oh.
Yes. And he had
double the size of it, you dumb person.
Exactly. So even the people in China are asking him about the ballroom, Greg. And I know you wanted to know about the ballroom again, so we got the ballroom cut in for you. And thanks to who did the great editing job?
Jimmy Kelly.
The great Jimmy Kelly got that fresh take right in.
Does Xi Jinping have a ballroom?
I double the size of it, you dumb person.
It's Kayal and Company, as we have retired low-energy AM radio hosts with fake teeth that wear suits and are now running for Congress. And the reason we've retired them is because our audience...
I double the size of it, you dumb person.
Yeah, we doubled them, tripled them, maybe quadrupled them. I don't even know.
A video. It's commencement. It's commencement time.
Yes,
right?
it is.
Dawn, when is David coming home from Elon?
Maybe as early as next week.
Wow. Are you making a trek? Are you and Lar making a trek down to bring him home?
Maybe.
Okay. Are you going to ask for a day off to
No.
do so? You're not. You're going to do it on your weekend.
Yes.
Look at you.
Are
you can take a day off. It's fine.
You gonna scan David for the hantavirus? I'll be bringing that up here, Holmes.
So, the video of a speaker at the University of Central Florida's commencement ceremony has gone viral.
UCF, baby.
After she was visibly shocked by the reaction of the graduates to her comments about AI. At the Friday evening commencement of UFC's College of the Arts and Humanities and Nicholson School of Communication and Media. There's a bunch of people who aren't going to have jobs.
Exactly.
Gloria Caulfield is the president of Lake Nona Institute and vice president of Strategic Alliance at Tavistock, was one of the speakers. While Caulfield was discussing technology innovation, she remarked that it was an understatement to say we are now living in a time of profound change. Let's roll a little bit of this.
Rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. Whoa.
Wow.
What happened?
AI sucks.
I struck a chord. May I finish?
No.
Wow. May I finish? Wow.
Wow.
I've been known to say that.
She should have just said, hey, why don't you guys go out and get a job like at welding or do something useful with your lives, right?
Uh-huh. This actually is true. These, public speaking engagements for college graduations. Wall Street Journal with an interesting article. I had this we didn't get to this a few days ago. It's the riskiest gig in public speaking amongst political tensions and security concerns, causing many commencement speakers to withdraw or be disinvited. And they go through a long list of people that were either going to go there or their views weren't welcomed or they felt like they weren't safe. You start going on college campuses and saying something that people don't believe or agree with. You're persona non grata.
You say something as innocuous as AI is the next industrial revolution and the entire place boos you and says AI sucks. I mean, what a bunch of snowflakes.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Well, I think they fear that AI is going to steal all of their job opportunities.
It is. Yeah.
So that's the problem.
That's why Mike Rowe is the smartest man out there. Go and learn a trade.
Yep.
Because if you majored in, art history.
Yep. Or musical theater.
Communications. Marketing.
You better you better have a game plan, because the problem is with AI. And by the way, AI is on the table to talk about. This is relevant with Trump in China talking to Xi, because they're talking about the guardrails, and there is this AI race that we've talked about, obviously,
that they're winning.
America, we claim that we're winning this right now. That's the claim.
Yeah, sure.
But
we're not winning anything.
But
Greg, come on, Greg. It's 9 o'clock.
Yeah, Greg. Somebody's going to email you and say they just changed the channel.
We're not winning anything. It's just the truth. We're not winning anything.
Is there anything
don't win
good?
anything.
Is there anything good?
They stole our technology. I was watching the CBS Evening News with the guy who's filling in for Tony Coppola, whatever his name is, called Dockley. And they have a chick in Beijing.
Chick.
They have one of their CBS chicks in Beijing at a factory where they're making all the air the air conditioners. It's all robots. Yeah. There's no physical people working. There's nobody welding. It's all machines. Everything's being done by machines. And so China's figured out how to do it. Yeah. And that's why, why we get all the stuff from there.
What's the solution? It's either trade or become like a doctor or a lawyer, or nothing in between? Is that where we're at now?
You asking me?
I'm just wondering out loud. All of these industries are going to be impacted in one way or the other.
There's no industry that is going to be untouched by this.
Sure.
That's and some jobs, like Bernie Sanders said the other day with Bezos, having robots as he says, in Amazon warehouses, yes, it is cheaper and more efficient. Unfortunately, it is.
You saw the late Amazon's now doing 30-minute deliveries.
Yeah, Dawn had that in her news.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Is it 30 minutes or less, or the product's free, Tone?
I think they're teaming up with Domino's. So if you order a pizza from Amazon, Jeff Bezos will give you a second topping absolutely free.
What on earth do you need in 30 minutes?
I was just going to say that.
Nothing.
I legitimately, honest to God. Now, I know they do food as well. What, you're like making some great meal and you realize you don't have shallots? Hey, Amazon, I need 2 shallots.
Like if Dawn needs another leather coat, for example,
Yes. Right.
She needs it for this afternoon.
Right.
She's got the brown one on now. Maybe she needs a shade of gray or maybe a pop of color.
She's doing a TV hit, and all of a sudden the boys walk in the background.
Stay out of my shop.
Dawn says, "Get out of here! I've got a coat coming from Amazon." Go back to Elon.
Stay out of my shot.
Stay out of my shop.
See, now they have to they not only have to deliver it in less than half an hour, but could they deliver it, to the side door?
Yes.
So the husband doesn't know that you bought it on a secret credit card.
Leave it on the doorstep and get the hell out of here.
Just throw it out from the curb and make sure there's nothing fragile in there. Fragile. It must be Italian.
No, but I mean, let's say you have a baby and you ran out of diapers.
Yeah.
Or you're a caregiver and you ran out of the
diapers.
The husband,
the diaper, the depends.
The husband goes out. The husband goes out like they should.
Yeah.
But what if you're the caretaker?
Nick, how many trips to CVS did you make for diapers and for
well, you saw the
Destin and all that other.
The Gavin Newsom scam, where he's now teaming up with a woman who's affiliated with his wife to give newborn babies free diapers in California, and it turns out that the free diapers aren't free, and that the newborn diapers, where kids get changed like 10 times a day, it's actually cheaper to go out to Amazon or Costco and buy diapers than Gavin Newsom giving them out for free. So that's another thing. Gavin Newsom, he wants to be president, and he's still scamming people by pretending that he's giving free diapers to all the newborn babies in California.
And Greg, you asked the question. I do have the answer. I'm looking back here. This was May 13th, 2015. This was my baby ledger 9 months into my girl's existence on this planet that I am responsible for creating. I made 3 trips that week to the liquor store. I made 2 to the golf course. There was 1 to CVS.
Okay.
It was a Thursday.
Did you go up to the what's the big booze place right up when you go up toward 95 and you're going toward Delaware and you get off at the Brandywine exit there?
I know what you mean.
That great liquor store where there's a Home Depot in the same parking lot.
I think that's where Jim Kenny got his Prosecco from.
Exactly. Total Wines and More. That place is insane.
Yeah.
You get near a holiday, they have like cops directing you in and out of that parking lot.
Yeah. Dude, by the way, a total gem that Stalker just dropped in there that did not go unnoticed. The Desitin.
Desitin,
You remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
White paste. You have to
I still use it now. When you get older,
ass with it.
When you get older, and you're having issues, you got to have the Desitin around.
Yeah, you use Desitin now?
No, I'm kidding.
Burt's Bees is way better, and you're gonna
My wife
need it on
swears
your
by
inner
that.
thighs
Yes.
for Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation bike ride.
Wow.
You're right.
That's July 26th.
Yeah, by the way, all you people watching right now on YouTube, sign up for the free live broadcast.
Yes.
Thursday, May 28th, we will be there starting at 6 a.m. You can show up whenever you want to. And all the money that morning is benefiting the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. We will have free breakfast from Stilettos.
Stilettos.
No, the stiletto. The women who will be serving the breakfast will be in stilettos.
Yes. Yeah, right.
They'll be like 7-inch heels.
Yeah.
Stilettos of Mantua.
I'm calling on all of you right now to click that link right there at the top of the chat and sign up for your free tickets. What are you waiting for? I mean, seriously, what are you waiting for?
Yeah.
It's free.
And by the way, too, I was in my men's league for golf yesterday, and one of our listeners that plays on another team was asking about how the team is coming along for our ride. And I said, I think we're around 24.
25 riders.
25.
Yeah.
And he was wondering if we have a goal for that.
To be honest with you, I was hoping more like 45.
Okay.
Because we started recruiting.
Yeah.
We started recruiting like in the winter.
Yeah.
So I was hoping that all of these TMF people would sign up.
We need to motivate some of the people that I know are capable of doing
now
this
that the weather's nice and people can go outside and ride again.
Yeah.
It's
now
not a difficult ride.
And
it's
all
really
these
not.
bike lane people, they should be out there. They're out there no matter what.
Yep.
And they're clogging up the streets and going through lights and stuff and all that other stuff.
Should we start shaming people to get into the ride?
Shame.
I mean, do I have to give a James Carville motivational speech?
Yeah.
Look, you fat Trump, if you listen to this, you listen good.
You sign up, you fat, you know what? You listen good. It's for a good cause. Come on.
Road Warrior, the general manager of the radio station, says our goal should be $25,000. I agree with that.
Absolutely.
By the way. I agree with that. No, nothing less.
Yeah.
We're at like 2,500 right now.
That's all right. Our goal is $15,000. We've gotten there every year. We've never failed in any aspect of this show.
Earl Ferguson says May 28th, Berlin, New Jersey. Bring your dollars. Amen to that. Dawn will be taking them in her top.
Yes. So you'll get stilettos and then stilettos. Is this like pints in politics?
Yes.
Except
How dare you?
There'll be no politics, but there'll be lots of pints and
Pints of
stilettos.
coffee.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So what do you wait? Like 9:14. Let's go. Sign up right now.
All right. Bruno's not going to tolerate it anymore.
I'm not going to tolerate your crap.
Oof. Amazing. How angry were you that day?
Who, me?
Yeah.
On the level, on the Richter scale, I mean,
0 to 10 is like a 12.
Even Greg Stocker hasn't had one of those kinds of outbursts. But again, I had flown overnight from L.A., went down to Tony Luke's, was sitting there doing a show, and then I was tired and wanted to go take a nap, and then I had to tolerate that crap.
Because we had to do a crossover.
Exactly.
I'm not going to tolerate your crap.
Exactly.
All right, let's...
And it takes a lot for Bruno to reach Stocker level of vitriol.
All right, we're 5 minutes late. Come on.
So do this. Register.
Thank you.
It can certainly hurt when they swell up.
Yes, it can. Welcome to a Wednesday edition of Kayal and Company Fight Club, where hearing about gas prices going down reminds me of when station managers would tell you, everything's going to be so great once we get to the new building, right?
The word of the day is hydroseal.
Which means don't believe the hype. Just remember this.
Tunia albuginea.
Which means
when the sun comes up with Kayal and Company.
Fight. Equal rating.
Oh, that is the greatest. That
We are going to knock you out.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
might be the greatest. That might be the greatest intro he's ever done.
By the way, when I saw Jim, he's the first person I saw when I got into the building yesterday.
Well, it's funny, he didn't see you.
And I kneeled down in reverence and bowed before his greatness.
And then he's like, who's this guy up close to me? Oh, it's Tony Bruno.
No, we were talking South Philly, growing up in the city and all the places we used to go.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
All right, let's do this. Today's fight was submitted by Kristen Kayal.
Uh-oh.
Kristen, I'm telling you right now, I've not seen this.
Oh, boy.
But if it sucks, you will be on the first flight to Nebraska to quarantine with the hantavirus broads. And you will stay for 42 days and 42 nights.
By the way, how did her review go with Chuck McDougal?
You know, she was offered another raise.
Oh, look at you.
Which obviously she selected.
You're not getting
but
one,
they've been,
so
you know,
it's better than she does.
My raise is gone thanks to the gas prices. Thank you, Trump. But no, she turned down another promotion. I love these promotions, by the way, where they want you to move up because you've so she can either stay in her current position and keep getting raises, or take a promotion with a new fancy title, but not make any more money.
What about just a buyout?
Well, she asked me, she's like, what's your buyout? I said, I'll let you know when Stocker cans me.
Oh.
Michael Vespa says anything can be better than Nick's submissions. That
was bad.
It was bad.
In fact, 2 of my last 3 have been awful.
Awful.
It's an outrage.
Awful. All right, let's see if Kristen Kayal can redeem the Kayal name. Today's fight is on a golf course, so you should love this, Kayal.
So Nick brought a camera? Nick brought a camera with him?
This is Harry and I fighting over the last vodka soda.
Uh-oh.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHD. Hit that like and subscribe buttons. All right, go, Phil.
Oh, my God, we've got old fatzos.
Oh, my Lord.
Ripped his shirt off.
Ripped the shirt off with his big belly hanging out.
He got the flag stick.
He has the flag. Oh, he swings it.
The flag went down. Oh. It's like a kendo stick.
Look at
This is on the green. 8 individuals.
What I'm talking about.
Here comes Rhea Hughes. What's going on here? Is this the camera and Fritz? Oh, my God. The flag stick. Oh, there's like he threw a drink at him. Was that a Michelob Ultra? Can we just play that again without the audio? I want to see the flag stick So you have a
Look at
couple
this.
of fists.
Fists.
Then the shirt gets ripped off.
Was this at the tee box? Or was
No,
this
this is on the green.
Okay, because I can't see the one thing.
you don't-
you
for
can't see
people
it?
who are people ripping me today that I'm on the internet.
Hold
I'm
on.
not. I haven't seen anything.
All right.
I haven't been on Twitter. I haven't been on the cut sheet.
Re-rack the video,
I
Phil.
wanna
and
see
let
this
Tony watch this.
Do a play-by-play. So what you're seeing, the person in a golf cart is obviously filming this from their phone.
Right.
So they're out on the green. I don't know what hole it is, like the 7th hole or something. And then you're seeing the fight ensue with a shirtless man in black shorts.
Is that the guy in Maine? Is that platinum? Does he have a Nazi tattoo when he gets the flag stick?
I was thinking Fetterman against Butterbean.
He's busting out the whooping stick there, man.
Whooping
Wow.
stick. Whooping stick.
You ever thrown a flag stick at somebody?
Let me say, I would venture to guess that is not like a.
That's not Aronimink.
No, that's not Aronimink. That's not Pine Valley.
No. Trump Philly.
That's not even Plymouth Country Club.
No,
that's.
By the way, Kristen, what are you doing from 6 to 10 a.m.? Because you're clearly better at this than your husband.
Wow,
is.
that's a good one.
What if we replace Rooney on Tuesdays with Kristen?
You hear that, Rooney?
The next time he's late, we're bringing in my wife,
Saint Kristen.
and if she's late,
won't be.
Just wait longer.
Wow. Good job by Kristen.
Oh, so all of a sudden, so now we love her.
Give her a roaring round of applause.
So, all right,
in there.
give it
Come on.
on a score of 1 to 10. What is that fight?
That was an 11.
Oh, it was an 11.
That was great.
Now, if I would have submitted it, it was a 5.
But no, it's perfectly timed because the US PGA Championship is at Aronimink.
Yep.
You talk about a perfect intro to the big tournament. Who do you like at Aronimink? Nick, did you make a pick?
I did. I like Justin Thomas. Nobody knows who that is, but I like Justin Thomas. I do not like Rory McIlroy or Scotty Scheffler.
Well, the problem with McIlroy, did you see he's got a problem with a big blister on his pinky toe, and he left early yesterday.
No.
Yes.
See, that's why I wear flip-flops.
Got that pinky toe thing, so he was.
Do what Jim McMahon used to do, but golf barefooted. You know that he would go out with no shoes. I don't know how you can hit the ball when you don't have any shoes on.
Matt Bartlett says, Flabby Shack.
Flabby Shack.
Woo! That was good. That was excellent.
Oh, you had a 6 on that hole. Oh, yeah, I'll show you. Guy grabs the flagstick and hits it with it.
All right, we have a lot more. Stay there, Nick.
Kayal and Company, Tony Bruno live in studio. Don't forget we have Today in Music History in about a half hour, and Dawn's Big Three. You will actually participate in first time ever. Dawn's Big Three live here in studio.
We don't know. She hasn't decided yet if Tony's allowed to.
I'm so pissed off.
You'll find. I don't know who that was, but you'll
That was
find out.
Agatha.
Agatha and Medford.
Oh,
Agatha
that's
and
right.
Medford.
Agatha. How could I forget?
Yeah, how could you forget?
We love you, AG. Back after this.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball is back, spring is here, and it's time to step up to the plate at Barlow. If you're looking for a grand slam this year, get behind the wheel of the GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park. Or ride in style with the Buick Envista. Whether you're heading to the ballpark or rounding the bases of your daily commute, the Envista delivers. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I love the Second Amendment with America's 250th. This is a great time to remember our freedom and liberty, and that's what Bob's Little Sports Shop is all about. The entire team at Bob's is all about our Second Amendment and protecting our rights safely and confidently. And ladies, I want to tell you about two great events coming up. The last two women's only shoots for the summer, Sunday, May 17th and Sunday, June 7th, starting at 2 p.m. The event is perfect for beginners or experienced shooters. No firearms ID card and no experience is needed. But you do have to register and it will fill up, so go to bobslittle.sportshop.com. I was just at the last co-ed shoot they did and we had a blast and I learned so much, and you will too. And you'll have a great time making friends and working on your skills. And Bob's has the best selection of firearms anywhere. So bobslittlesportshop.com and sign up Sunday, May 17th, Sunday, June 7th. Last ones for the year. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Hey, this is Larry Steinis with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Craving real barbecue? Head to Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey. Voted Best of South Jersey Barbecue for 14 years. Open Friday through Sunday from noon till 7. Featuring St. Louis-style ribs, beef brisket, burgers, and an all-you-can-eat buffet every Sunday. Dine inside, relax outside, grab takeout, or let Henry's Hots cater your next event with full-service catering. Find them at 1003 Black Horse Pike in Folsom or visit bestbbqsj.com. Henry's Hots Barbecue. Real Texas-style barbecue done right.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
We are back, 9:26. It is a What Up Wednesday. The great Tony Bruno in studio with us today after doing 3 to 6 yesterday.
And I'll be back on at 3 to 6 this afternoon if you're scoring at home. And if you are, congratulations.
Lots of Bruno today, this week.
Double shot.
Double dip.
Is it double shot Wednesday? No, it's What Up Wednesday.
What Up Wednesday.
What up, yo?
Yeah.
Let me see if we're at the like count that I like.
Better be.
Dawn, I'm never satisfied, Dawn.
By the way, speaking of diversity, did you see the whole CBS $30 million a year Colbert thing the other night with all white guys, all the late night white guys?
Where's the diversity?
Yeah.
No inclusion.
Where's the DEI there?
Oh, God.
I know.
A bunch of people who think they're better than everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 373 likes. Now I need 400.
It never ends.
So I need, what is that, 27, Nick?
Yes. Don't ask me math. I was told to be no math on this show.
27 people right now to go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and hit that like and subscribe button. Please do that.
It's not that hard.
I will say this. I'm very critical of the Iran war, but maybe it's going better than expected because Lindsey Graham is upset.
Yes.
That's a good way to look at it.
See?
Did his date stiff him in Disney World?
Pete Hegseth was on Capitol Hill yesterday for a budget hearing, and Graham took the opportunity to question about this CBS report raising concerns about Islamabad as a mediator for peace talks, if it is indeed helping Iran.
Oh, so Lindsey's not too happy when we pull out.
Pakistan was allowing, according to the reporting, Pakistan was allowing Iran to land its military planes as Pakistani air bases in a possible bid to protect them from American strikes.
Yep.
As they're trying to be the mediator, too. So Lindsey's not happy. So maybe this war is going is ending sooner than we think it's going to.
Okay.
Roll this.
Are you aware of reports that Pakistan are allowing their bases to be used to park Iranian aircraft, General Kane?
Sure, I've seen one report on that.
Well, is it accurate?
Sure, I think based on the variety of classification matters.
Let me just say, do you agree if it is accurate, that is sort of inconsistent with it being a peace mediator?
Sure, I wouldn't want to comment on that based on the ongoing negotiations in Pakistan's role.
Secretary Hexton, if the mediator is allowing reconnaissance aircraft in Iran to be parked in Pakistani air bases, do you think that's consistent with being a fair mediator?
I wouldn't want to get in the middle of these negotiations. I want
I do. I want to get in the middle of these negotiations.
Yeah, of course
I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them.
Mm-hmm.
If they actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets, that tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate.
Or blow them up.
No wonder this damn thing is going nowhere.
Wow, Lindsey Graham with the tough questioning.
So basically, Lindsey doesn't like the fact that Pakistan is serving as a mediator to hopefully end this war. Hey, here's a tip for you, Lindsey. All right? Tip. Why don't you take that little bubble wand of yours and shove it up your ass?
I love it. You can give it to me, though. I love little bubble machines.
You like
I
that
collect
bubble
them,
machine, huh?
Whenever I go to Disney, I buy a bubble machine.
Oh, God.
Me too.
Before I became a Republican, thanks to Trump, he was the kind of guy 20 years ago that I would look at and be like, God, I can't stand that people. Oh, God, you just... Like, the only thing that gets him excited are men in war.
Well, pretty much the same thing.
Oh, God, I can't stand that guy.
Especially hand-to-hand combat.
And there's a few out there that I can't, Ted Cruz is
You know what? That may have been a set-up question. I think they set up, because they knew they were going to answer the question the way they did because it's an investigation. But you know what? If that's true, and again, I don't know,
right.
How would Lindsey Graham, of all people, be the tough guy there, knowing that both General Kane and the Secretary of War couldn't answer the question because it's intelligence. Because, you see the Democrats are setting up, and what's his name? The guy in Arizona, one of the seditionist six.
Mark Kelly.
He's the guy getting intel briefings, and then he's sending it to the New York Times and the media.
Can I just say I think that there is, we shouldn't trust Pakistan.
Well, in general, I don't trust any of these Middle Eastern nations.
He's 100% correct.
Yes.
We should not trust Pakistan, and no matter what they say, they have their own interests, and I don't trust them as far as I can throw them.
But
so
that's why
he's correct.
But it's weird to hear Lindsey Graham, who wants war, asking a tough question. So that's why I'm thinking maybe they set Lindsey Graham up to ask that question to make him look tough.
So choreographed. This whole thing was scripted.
Because of they all get these intelligence briefings, but you noticed Hegseth and General Kane couldn't talk about it because it's highly secret.
Right.
But that means I think they are there, and they want the Pakistani negotiators to they're messing this deal up.
Okay. Yeah.
I know this is Tony Bruno's favorite person, so I literally save this just for you. Alejandro Mayorkas.
Oh yeah, no, the Pope.
The
Pope is on my list, and Dawn and I had a conversation yesterday about the Pope, but I want to see if Dawn has changed when we start getting toward the big 3 of 10. Because the Pope now is officially on my you know what list.
Wow, the list of Bruno.
Yes,
Mayorkas is. In case you don't know, he's the former secretary of...
he's the guy who said that the border is closed, the border is secure.
Makes my skin crawl.
Yes. Department of Homeland Security. He sat down with Politico for an interview.
Guy should be an alligator Alcatraz.
He says that he voiced disagreements with the Biden administration's immigration policy.
Oh, yeah.
Does anybody believe that? Yeah. Does anybody believe that?
If they're only taped to prove him wrong.
You listen up, Alejandro Mayorkas.
I speak for a lot of people. You hear me, you fat?
Yeah, and we don't like you.
Roll.
Did you feel that you had the support from the president in order to succeed? There were areas of disagreement within immigration policy and in other areas, but I voiced my views. I was very pleased that in June of 2024 we took executive action that I thought made reforms that were sensible.
Oh, yeah.
If those and that proved successful.
If those executive actions had been taken 1 or 2 years earlier, do you think Donald Trump would be the president today?
I am not in a position to speculate, but I will tell you that I would be far more better rested and less punched.
You put him right up there.
What the hell does that mean?
Put him right up there with Fauci and Randy Weingarten.
No, this guy was the worst because this guy, before he even got the job, he was hanging out with Obama and Biden when they were trying to decide whether Biden was going to be the guy.
Mm-hmm.
So they set this guy up so that he could always divert the attention from the border. Remember, how many times did he say, the border is secure, and then he knew he failed.
Right.
And now he's being questioned, and nothing will be done to this guy.
Yep. This guy was derelict in his duties. Duty. And people are dead because of him.
It's true.
The chick in Charlotte on the train, Laken Riley.
Exactly.
Or as Joe Biden said, Lincoln Riley.
He actually helped Joe Biden lose because of the lies that he told about the border being secure. And then Kamala said that she'd been to the border, and she just didn't have any answers. Nobody ever went to the border.
No solutions.
None.
Nobody in the Biden administration actually went to the border.
Because they did not want to solve it.
Well, because the strategy is to import new voters. That's why you didn't want to solve it. You're running out of people to fall for your
so
crap.
Mayorkas was testifying again before another meaningless committee?
No, that was a Politico summit.
Yeah.
Political summit,
he sat down with a Politico summit.
Did they have that Dasha Burns chick there?
Yeah. Was that Jonathan Martin?
Probably, yeah.
Shouldn't Mayorkas be in jail?
Yes, he should. He should be under the jail.
Right.
Ouch. I just like... But we said it earlier, Tony. It's true. The deadline came and went for Fauci. Like, nothing's going to happen.
No, of course not.
Ever,
of course not.
Ever. They all protect.
But you better hope this hantavirus thing calms down, because if it starts ramping up,
that's what I said in the big.
What are they going to do?
Yep.
Well, I'm glad glad you brought this up. Tony Dokapil, sat down with director Jay Bhattacharya.
Yes,
and asked about Was this you, Tony? Maybe it was Harry on Monday who said, "Are we prepared to respond to any potential disease outbreaks during the 2026 World Cup?"
Well, that's Harry brought up with all the travel from other countries.
As all these people from all these disgusting countries are coming to our lovely city of Philadelphia.
Hey, don't be knocking the Ecuadorians, man.
Disgusting up our country, coming in here, bringing in their
Does AOC
plagues.
know where Ecuador is? Is it south of the equator or above the equator?
And as Greg Stalker said 3 years ago on this show.
Disgusting up our country if you don't want to be here.
Exactly.
Thank you. I can't believe I'm the brand manager.
It really is amazing. It is an amazing feat.
It really
the first brand manager ever to tell an audience to go away, and yet the audience gets bigger.
All right, let's roll it.
On the subject of preparedness, one thing we do know is the World Cup is coming to America. The Americas is going to be a massive event, millions of people traveling here. Is the U.S. prepared from an outbreak point of view?
Yes, the answer is yes. So,
yes.
The World Cup is an enormous event, and of course, anytime so many people are traveling, there's always the possibility of various outbreaks or whatnot to happen. But the risk is not any different than it is in other World Cups that we've managed properly. And the United States has systems in place to make sure that if something happens, that we respond appropriately.
All right, all good. Let the games begin, right?
So if we see Ecuadorians walking across the Ben Franklin Bridge, we shouldn't be surprised.
Are you here for the sanctuary or the soccer?
Oh my God!
Just need to know, just for tracking and home purposes.
God. Yeah.
In order for I'm a guy. I don't like soccer, so you could cancel the World Cup if it means preventing.
That's an outrage, Nick. You're so un-American.
Soccer's un-American.
Nobody know that.
Wow.
That's
not true.
All these guys flopping around like Embiid, like they got shot. Yellow cards and red cards.
Hey, $54 million. You expect a guy to play every game? Come on, man.
Home Depot and Lowe's are installing license plate reader cameras in their parking lots to help deter shoplifting. Roll this ABC report.
Okay.
Big box stores are taking controversial new steps to prevent crimes like this. A theft ring recently targeting Home Depots in 9 states.
This crew was amazingly coordinated, disciplined, meticulous, and dedicated.
Millions in merchandise stolen. Now, Home Depot and Lowe's are among the stores installing special cameras in their parking lots with automated license plate readers, hoping to boost safety. Some critics have raised privacy concerns as law enforcement embraces this technology.
They're literally tracking everybody that passes, whether you're in violation of a law or not.
The cameras, which capture license plate numbers, date, time, and location, are increasingly being used by police. But civil rights groups worry the technology could be used to target suspected undocumented workers.
There's the
Yeah. God forbid, right?
Well, if Home Depot and Lowe's want to do that, even though I don't like to be under surveillance, it's their right as their company.
I go into Lowe's and Home Depot almost every day.
You are a builder.
Not the guy. Who's the builder guy that's in trouble?
Bob the Builder.
No, there's another guy.
Bryn Mawr Builder.
No, there's another guy on in the internet who's a builder guy, and he gets in fights with everybody.
Nice.
We got to look him up. I forget his first name, but he's like all over the place. There's a lot of builders, and Bryn Mawr Builder. I'm a builder, but no, I don't care if they're looking at my license plate because I go in and buy stuff at Lowe's and Home Depot. I'm not worried. How about the ACLU worried about people who are stealing? And these rings are made up by a lot of illegal people and a lot of criminals.
Yeah.
And these guys do it, and they go in and grab a bunch of stuff and run right out of there.
After the narration from ABC was over, the second female voice you heard was a district attorney from Queens. And she was all excited for this, right?
Yeah.
We get to prosecute. Do you have the same zest for violent criminals as you do shoplifters?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay.
I have no problem with surveillance in parking lots. Because the parking lots that have surveillance are the ones where the stores are getting ripped off by people.
They all have our information. Anyway.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. You can look up anything.
Look what was happening, in California. We've seen how many stores that have to lock up deodorant, shampoo, toiletries.
How about here in Philly? There's stores that still have the CVS's and stuff. Don't they have stuff locked up still?
Probably.
I'm getting some reports here on the YouTube chat that the people that won T-shirts, the Kayal and Company T-shirts, when we did that at the beginning of April, still have not received them.
I haven't received mine.
That
of the T-shirts.
That is an outrage. Lisa.
I do not have one T-shirt representing this radio station.
I'll get you one.
It's an outrage.
I'll get you one.
And by the way, people asking about the crumb bum shirts.
Yeah.
I have them on my website, TonyBrunoShow.com, in the store. So I got I got my own brand. I got my brand. I have my own brand. You know who my brand manager is?
Robin.
No, me. I'm the brand manager.
This is an outrage.
Lisa, Dr. Phil McGroin, it's an outrage that you have not received them yet. Send me an email, greg.stocker@rc.com.
How does Dr. Phil McGroin not know? I mean, you would know that Dr. Phil McGroin would at least know because his groin would have been felt if he had got the thing in the mail.
Jim,
and you know what I mean?
Jim Kelly, do me a favor. Go down to the promotions department down there and see if
Kick
anybody's...
the door open
and see if anybody's
then
down
start
there.
taking everything out of the prize
Get
class.
Walter in here. We're going to swear him in for testimony.
And get Tony an extra large Kayal and Company T-shirt.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna get mine also.
Exactly.
All right,
it's just too much money in that prize closet. It's just too much money. Do you have that woman in there from last week?
I don't have that.
Remember that? Too much money.
It's
the Brinks robbery.
Yeah, exactly. It's too much money.
We still have more. Plus, we have an update from Chuck McDougal.
Oh, I love Chuck McDougal.
The other side.
The guy who wants to give my wife a raise, but when the promotion comes, the raise doesn't come with it.
Don't touch that dial. Nick, talk to us about Bucks County Estate Traders.
I would love to. Speaking of making money, that's what Bucks County Estate Traders is doing because their products are so in high demand, but they pass the savings along to you. How about this? If you're in the market for transforming your outdoor living space this summer, how about you check out their Memorial Day sale? It's at Bucks County Estate Traders, and it's going to run for over 2 weeks. That's right. From May 15th through May 31st, you will save store-wide between 20 and 50% off. That's right, 20 to 50% off store-wide. I recently just upgraded my deck. We just got a beautiful, they call it a bistro table. It's a little circular 2-seater made out of beautiful wood. Great umbrella stand with it. Got a couple of chairs. It looks incredible. You can check it out on my X feed from last week. And it's always a great time walking through with Matt Stanella, the owner of Bucks County Estate Traders, because the showroom is filled with high quality, built to last furniture, and the variety is amazing. And why wouldn't they have amazing variety when they have 58,000 square feet? That's right. Over 17,000 pieces. And if 20 to 50% off for 2 weeks isn't good enough, You'll save even more if you are able to take your furniture home yourself that day and don't require delivery. Cost of fuel is up, but if you're going to lug it home yourself, an additional discount on top of that 20 to 50% off. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by their huge showroom right there on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield, PA, and make sure you tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that when spring showers are coming down so hard it seems like Mother Nature traded out cats and dogs for lions and bears, you'll be glad you called us to clear your block drains and prevent dangerous power surges so your home can stay safe and comfortable. Plus, with Horizon's same-day water heater installs and repairs with no emergency service fees, we work fast to ensure you have all the plumbing and electrical help you need. So book horizonservices.com now and enjoy the comfort of your home without worrying about whatever kind of zoo that's coming down out there.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
I should have listened to the home message first.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-743-8080. That's 1-800-743-8080. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-743-8080. That's 1-800-743-8080.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
If you're in the Philadelphia area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 267-535-2174. That's 267-535-2174. Don't wait. Call 267-535-2174 now. Again, that's 267-535-2174. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
PDQ POS is the MVP in point-of-sale solutions. Easy to use with the best support in the industry, and it doesn't take a bite out of your sales with costly fees. It's the choice of all concept food service businesses across the country. PDQ POS has real-time analytics with insights to elevate your team and your play calling. PDQ POS has been rated the #1 point-of-sale by restaurant owners for more than 35 years, so don't wait. Make the switch to PDQ POS today. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills? Switch to Red Pocket Mobile. With Red Pocket Mobile, premium 5G plans start at just $10 a month. Pick a plan, lock in your rate, and that's the number you'll see on your bill every month. No hidden fees and no long-term contracts. And here's the kicker. Red Pocket lets you choose from 3 major 5G networks, not just one. Pick the network that actually works where you live and where you work. Try one, and if you like it, keep it. If not, switch to another. Never be stuck with a single network again. Plus, keep your phone, keep your number. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
New customers can switch and save 50%. Choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price and no contracts at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, man, a lot to get into here in a little bit of time. Unbelievable. Chuck McDougal is now pimping cell phones.
He is.
I'm not a cell phone pitch man, but if I sound like one, I apologize.
I'm not a lawyer. Every time I hear his voice, I have to clear my throat. It's like listening to Ike Reese.
Well, we have a new we have another word from Chuck McDougal if you want to hear it. Yeah.
Let's go to the boss.
Hi, this is Chuck McDougal, and I am not an attorney. Have you done a silly little thing called ball maxing? Did you fill yourself with so much saline it looks like you're smuggling cantaloupes out of Whole Foods in your skinny jeans? There's no better way to announce to the world that you ain't getting none than flopping around looking like Peter Cottontail. If you want to get rid of that stupid sack, I can call Tony Bruno and he can smack them off with a bass fiddle. I mean, he'll smack them bad boys like he's playing stickball in South Philly.
Damn right.
Ouch.
So stop ball maxing, you dumbass, and call 1-811. You're nuts.
Thank you.
Big balls.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Chuck.
McDougal.
A 25-year-old elementary school teacher was arrested after allegedly admitting to her husband that she was cheating on him with a teenager.
And Greg gives the teenager a high five, right?
This is Mackenzie Knott, a teacher in Whitman County, Washington, was reportedly friends with the boy's family.
Is she hot? Let's check her out.
She allegedly pressured the teen to meet up with her in the middle of the night. She was being flirty with the teen in Snapchat messages while her husband was asleep.
Hey, Bobby, meet me in the library.
How old is she? How old is the woman?
25 years old, and the kid was 16.
Oh, stop
so this
is so he's a legend, right, Greg?
Absolutely,
yeah.
He is.
That with that span, 9-year difference.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm with Dawn on this one. This is disgusting.
Knott then pressured the teen to pick her up from her home around 2 a.m. They then drove to a location, and they allegedly had sex in the bed of the truck.
Wait a minute. So a 16-year-old kid is up at 2 in the morning. Well, I used to do that, too, when I stayed up all night talking to radio stations trying to get into the business.
Of course, if you're...
I wasn't trying to bang the DJs because they were all guys.
Of course,
you were networking.
Exactly.
This is Cut 37, Phil. Of course, if you're texting the, well, I mean... Okay.
Look at this.
Wait a minute. So the 16-year-old kid goes in the car and drives to the teacher's house.
So, and I know you're getting ready for your big three, but I really want you to weigh.
This is important.
I really want you to weigh in on this. All right, roll this.
Court documents say 25-year-old Mackenzie Knott was arrested on Sunday after her husband found out she cheated on him with the 16-year-old student.
I have reviewed that document and I agree that there is probable cause for the offense.
According to court documents, Knott teaches first grade at St. John Elementary School.
First
and the
grade.
victim is a student at St. John Endicott High School. She's been charged with sexual misconduct with a minor. The school district says in a statement that they are aware of allegations involving a district employee and that the employee has been placed on leave. The district also says it is cooperating with authorities and will be conducting its own internal investigation as well. A Whitman County judge issued a restraining order, meaning Knott is prohibited from returning to work until Wednesday's deadline for the state to file charges or Friday's arraignment hearing.
It really pisses me off.
It does.
Does any pictures of the as long as if the teacher looks like Katie, what's her name, the mayor of Seattle?
Well, she's better than Katie Porter, but that's not a high bar.
Put the picture up.
I want to see the picture. Let me see.
I would not.
Let me see.
Arm sleeve tattoo is also ugly.
Court documents say.
There you go.
Oh, so she's she's part of that the grunge crowd up there.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's child abuse, you guys.
It is child. Yeah, now that I've seen her, I agree. I agree. What?
It's not child abuse.
It is.
He's 16. He's probably he's banging.
She's in a position of authority. This is gross.
She's not his teacher. She teaches first grade. He's 16 years old.
Exactly.
She's not his teacher.
And she teaches at a Catholic school, right?
Yeah.
Actually, the nuns that I had in Catholic school at St. Rita's were hotter than her, and I never saw them. I never saw them without a habit on.
Let me pull my ruler out.
I cannot imagine. None of my teachers look like this. They're all old hags.
Well, I mean,
that chick's not that hot.
But she's a young heifer.
Yeah.
Old hag, young heifer.
By the way,
no good. Good.
Her boy or her husband, who she's been married to for 4 years.
Is there a picture of him?
How does he feel?
He's now dating Mike Vrabel's wife.
Yeah, exactly. She's no Diana Rossini, I'll tell you that now.
As the great philosopher, Lauren Boebert once famously said.
I mean, why is everybody so horny here?
I don't know.
I have
Seattle.
I have to go here.
Okay. Your brand manager meeting?
No. You two are making me. Dawn, Tony, both of you. What's the age difference between your spouses?
Well, I'm let's see. I'm 17 years older than Robin.
Dawn?
But they're adults.
About 10 years.
16 is a minor.
Exactly.
Yes.
No,
it's not 60 with a 50-year-old.
That's the age of consent in many states. 16.
Disgraceful.
Stop
it's a
it.
disgrace.
Disgraceful.
It's
Both
pathetic.
of you. Both of you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Yeah, awful.
Shame.
Once I looked at the picture, I said, no, I wouldn't do it either.
Nick is only saying this because she's not hot.
No,
Exactly.
I've never agreed with you on this one. I've been on Team Dawn this whole time. And the worst part is, you say it's okay for the 16-year-old boy, but if it's a 16-year-old girl, then you're against it.
Jerry Garcia says it's a kid, dude. Dude. Like, I hate to tell you, 16-year-olds are having sex.
Yeah, with other 16-year-olds.
Have you seen other 16-year-old girls walking around? You don't know they're 16.
That makes it better.
16-year-old kids are getting into bars now with fake IDs.
That makes it better.
No, I'm not saying it makes it better. I'm just saying you don't know how old somebody is.
She's 25. She's not 50. You know what I mean? Like,
Dawn, is this qualified? I don't know the definition of it. Is this statutory rape?
Oh, please.
I believe it is.
Oh,
she's
God.
charged.
This guy's a legend.
This kid has to be desperate at age 16 to get up and get in the car and drive to go have sex with that thing.
All right, let's get.
Come on, man.
That thing.
Phil, you want to break? So we have a tie here. Dawn and I say bad job.
Thank
and
you.
Greg and Tony. Well, Tony, are you with us now?
What,
or are you with Greg?
Greg says it's bad?
No, Greg says he's a legend.
He's a legend.
He's a legend. Thank you.
We're going to need Phil.
Even though she's not worth getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning to drive to the corner to go hang out
Phil
with.
is known for two things: 8 shares and morals.
Exactly right.
Phil, break the tie.
I'm honored here.
He's a legend. Thank you very much. And with that, so are you.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Hey, May 13th, we celebrate the birthdays of Paul Thompson from Roxy Music as well as Stevie Wonder.
I think his microphone went south.
No, or
his headphones did.
No, all of a sudden I
Just
got really
keep
loud
going.
there.
I can hear you.
Don't stop.
Can you hear me now?
Heavenly birthday shout to Richie Valens. Signature Plush by the Stone Temple Pilots in 93. Visions by Judas Priest in 2008. And She Sells Sanctuary by the Cult in 85. Abnicoot's Catch Scratch Fever by Ted Nugent in 77. In 2006, the U.S. Postal Service issued a stamp in honor of Frank Sinatra. In 74, 43 people were arrested and more than 50 were injured after youth started throwing bottles outside a Jackson 5 concert in D.C. In 67, the Monkees were atop the album chart. In 2002, Eddie Money appeared on The King of Queens. In 78, Jimmy Buffett was on SNL. And in 89, Bon Jovi was atop the singles chart. But lastly, on this day in 2017, Todd Rundgren gave the commencement speech at Berklee College of Music, where he said, "I've never been nominated, thankfully, for the Rock Hall of Fame. If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve. When he's inducted in 2021, he doesn't show up." For Kayal and Company, I'm Bill Humquist.
The runt.
Seashell
Easy for you to say.
Seashell Sanctuary, huh?
By the Cult. One of their best tunes.
She Sells Sanctuary.
It's an honor to sit next to the great Phil Almquist as well.
Why, thank you, Tony.
It is.
I got to see my two heroes. My two heroes.
Who? Phil and Greg?
No.
Phil and Dog?
No.
Jimmy Kelly and Phil.
Jim Kelly and the great
Phil Almquist.
Phil Almquist.
All right.
Share Phil.
Let's go to 3-Story Dawn.
It's the Big Three with Don Stensland.
Are you ready? Number one in your Big Three, which is sponsored today by Kitchen Magic, and you're going to feel the magic in this Big Three. So, number one, it's the Superpower Meetup. Yes, as we talk about the Big Three Superpower Summit with President Trump arriving, a lot of excitement, a lot of pomp and circumstance. President Trump arriving in Beijing for the first visit to China by a sitting American president in 9 years since he was last there, by the way. The world's two biggest economies looking to stabilize a trade truce against the backdrop of the simmering U.S. conflict with Iran, tariffs, rare earths, AI, Taiwan. But before the big bilateral meeting between Trump and his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping, first President Trump enjoying, savoring such a grand welcome. Take it in. The red carpet, waving American flags, Air Force One in the backdrop, President Trump really being greeted warmly by students, by a band.
And all those students were told, "You must do this, or we will put a gun to your head."
No, they're giving him a bigger roaring round of applause. They don't have any "No King" signs and any of that stuff out there. They're more American than the people in the United States are when they see Trump.
It's amazing. He's got more decorum than I do. That nation unleashed a pandemic on the world. I'd take out Winnie the Pooh if I could.
I don't blame the citizens. You can't blame the citizens.
No, not the citizens. Well, there are some CCP flags being waved there as well.
So you see there were several hundred Chinese youth, a military band giving him that grand, warm welcome as he arrived in Beijing. And obviously along the way, as the motorcade was driving, the streets were lined with people waving American flags. At one point, you saw President Trump, he actually stopped the motorcade so he could observe, take it in, and take in China's warm welcome amid all of these ceremonies that you're seeing. Of course, let's take you here first. Before departing for this historic trip, President Trump seemed optimistic. Listen in.
President Xi as it relates to the Iran war.
He does sound
I
optimistic.
think, number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problems. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
A lot of good things are going to happen. So President Trump has quite a posse, as I've been mentioning all morning, traveling with him. Also a group of top executives from some of America's most valuable companies that we've talked a lot about, including Tesla CEO Elon Musk, NVIDIA boss Jensen Huang, and Apple's Tim Cook. Also, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Now, you may recall he was banned from China, if you will, on a big timeout. So in this one, Marco Rubio becomes the first ever sanctioned U.S. Secretary of State. He's now The timeout's over, as we say. So he's allowed to visit. And so initially, I guess he was reluctant to visit. And so they've waived all the penalties that were imposed. This was back in the day in 2020. And so he was sanctioned back then. Now they've lifted that. And so he's here. That makes this interesting and historic as well.
He wore the pajamas. He wore the pajamas that Maduro wore.
He's got the Maduro
pajama jogger on in China. By the way, Dawn, I know you saw it, but Fox has sent a lot of the reporters, and they were walking around Beijing yesterday, and they're walking around, and the Apple store, nobody's holding it up. The streets are clean. It's like what Gavin Newsom. You think they did what Gavin Newsom did when she went to California and they cleaned up all the streets for one day, or do you think Beijing is clean all the time?
I don't know. Stalker, you might be right. Maybe this whole American thing's a failed experiment.
It is.
The hell with socialism? We should just shoot for communism.
Mandarin, or what's the two forms? I talked about this yesterday.
What's that?
Mandarin or Cantonese.
By the way, it should be a split screen right now. Trump in Beijing and the CIA whistleblower testifying on COVID origins right now. Like honestly, that Nick is correct. It should be a split screen because of what that country unleashed on us. To sit there and pretend like they're our friends is disgraceful.
Well, they've cut away from it. Fox has cut away from it to go to this hearing. It was perfectly timed. It's almost like it was planned. Trump gets off the plane, gets in the motorcade, and then boom, Rand Paul, who's like 5 feet tall now when you see him around reporters.
Hey, you know what? China has nuclear weapons. Maybe we should, because they're certainly not our friend.
Man, China will mess us up.
Okay. Well, no, I was told that countries that don't like us cannot have nuclear weapons. So
China's our business partner.
Maybe North Korea will be next, and then China. China will be next.
Because they know if China or Russia would shoot nuclear missiles, the whole world would be over.
So speaking of the media, so let's take this in for a moment. So President Trump, this is historic. And so what you have is CNN, they're talking about it. They took a little bit of it, but they continue on with their shows. Fox News, I don't know what Newsmax is doing, if somebody can check for me, but Fox News, you have Rand Paul. Rand Paul going on and on and on. So is this Rand Paul kind of raining on Trump's party, as Rand Paul has been ahead of this? With Fauci, with questioning gain of function, with questioning China, with all of this. And so now they're getting the testimony, which I told you about this, 6 days ago? We knew that this would happen today.
The whistleblower,
Right.
So it was, my point is, we've known for at least 6 days this was planned, and it was planned at the exact moment that President Trump would be arriving.
You think that was planned?
So, of course, it was all planned. Yes, we knew the whistleblower was testimonying.
But we knew that Trump was going to be
landing at the exact same time.
They planned the whole thing, yes.
Well, I don't know. The Artemis thing went to according to schedule. I don't know if they could nail it that well a couple of weeks later, like this hearing.
I think they knew 6 days ago. I'm just saying for a friend.
Rand Paul's been tweeting for 2 weeks about the May 11th deadline that expired 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And as well, it was announced 6 days ago that this whistleblower about COVID would be testifying, and we saw the previews for that.
But who wants to see Trump go into an Apple store in Beijing?
There was a couple of people out on the sidewalks wearing masks. Did you notice that on the Fox shot? Yeah. They saw Bill Hemmer and they put their COVID mask on.
I want to circle back to something that we were talking about earlier this morning, because, of course, this high-stakes summit, historic, is in the shadow of the Iran war. So before departing for this trip, President Trump, speaking to reporters at the White House, and we've talked a lot about that, as he had mentioned to them that what's happening in the wake of recently released new higher inflation numbers, the gas prices, and President Trump just reassuring over and over that this is all going to be okay, that this is just temporary, and the gamble, if you will, the risk that he took, and that it's worth the risk. Let's listen to that.
Mr. President, what is going to be your red line to end the ceasefire for you? What will it take to pull the plug?
Well, we're going to see, and we'll be thinking about it on the flight, and we'll be thinking about it for the next little while. But
we'll be thinking about it on the flight.
Beaten their military very soundly. That's over with. The blockade is very effective. It's been 100% effective. And one way or the other, it's going to work out very well. It's going to work out very well. I think you're going to have so much oil, you're going to have a gusher of oil like you've never had before. So when oil goes up a little bit, I thought it would go up much more. If you go back 3-4 months ago, when we were contemplating, we assumed oil would go much higher. Yesterday it was at $99. And if you think about it, I would have taken that all day long because it's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon.
But
They
China
know
can.
that. They've agreed
North
to
Korea
that.
can.
And then that's not what they said to me when it came to pay. We don't play games.
Pakistan
They're not gonna
can.
have a nuclear weapon.
Saudi Arabia can.
I wanted you to, because you heard a piece of that or something similar in Greg's earlier cut sheet. I wanted you to hear the entire context of it. And so what he says there, and this is important, that when they had the discussion back in February, President Trump, what he just said there, listen to that. He's saying they knew the risk. They knew that inflation would be affected. The economy would temporarily be affected. They knew all of this. The gas prices would temporarily be affected. By all accounts, on all sides of the aisle, CNBC, everybody says once this thing is over, because think about what's the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz right now. When you think about that, they're loaded. That's why he's saying there's a gusher of oil, because all that will be released, supply and demand. And so that's what he's saying. That's his vow. But what did he say when we're about to embark and we're about to get on Air Force One? We're all going to talk about it. So in other words, I think about that. He's got some cabinet members like Rubio, but he also has these CEOs. Who's he talking? My follow-up, who are you going to be discussing with this? And what are you going to be discussing?
He's not going to be discussing
That's my question.
anything,
okay.
Please. He just said that.
Okay.
He's discussing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, the whistleblower that's in front of Rand Paul, I think is Sixers coach Nick Nurse. I think he turned out to be the whistleblower. He looks just like him. Daryl Morey was not there. He was fired, and he went to Florida also.
And listen, you're never missing a thing because Dan Borowski is monitoring all of that. Rand Paul is giving it. This is his moment, and he is on display giving an open statement that I have the pre-release of it. And so this is a very long intro. This is Rand's spotlight moment. You're not going to miss a thing, but the testimony is not yet beginning. Okay?
Yeah, I love too that Rand Paul takes this great stance. Where's our DOJ at? I've given Todd Blanche a lot of credit since he took over for Pam Bondi. Where's the indictment against Fauci for perjury?
It's all a show.
Fauci clearly perjured himself. I'm giving Rand Paul credit.
It's the politics show.
Why is
101.
Why is he the only guy that continues to fight for this?
Yeah.
Where's our Department of Justice at? That should be the lead story in right-wing media. We can do a seashell sanctuary for James Comey over 8647, but we can't get anybody up there other than that 78-year-old old dude from a few weeks ago. What was his name?
No, that doctor is Fauci's right-hand guy, and he's facing
not good enough.
He's facing prison time, and Blanche has in fact, charged people. But I want to move on. Let's get to number 2, battling bad bots. This is a Pennsylvania story that we've not talked about because I want to give you substance. We'll have a little fun, but I want to give you some substance. I've done a lot of research on this. This is a new lawsuit filed here in Pennsylvania. It focuses on lying AI chatbots, allegedly designed to trick users into believing these bots are licensed professionals, okay, during telehealth type telemed health sessions. The lawsuit alleging that software known as Character AI, and the feds have gone after this same company, by the way, but this is the first state level lawsuit of its kind, which creates fictional. So this Character AI creates fictional personalities for users, medical patients to interact with. So the allegation here is that they're posing as a licensed doctor. That's who you, the patient, you think you're interacting with a licensed doctor, and they offer you medical advice. And they did this with undercover state investigators, violating state laws. The lawsuit filed by Pennsylvania's State Board of Medicine, and on page 4 of this lengthy lawsuit, it accuses Character Technologies, Inc., of engaging in these unlawful practices of medicine here in Pennsylvania by allowing an AI system, Character, to engage in conversations with the public, in this case, a patient, allowing the Character holding itself out as a licensed medical doctor. This is what's happening. And Governor Josh Shapiro is capitalizing on this, speaking recently about this to CNN.
Why are you bringing this suit? And are you aware of any Pennsylvanians who have been harmed when relying on this chatbot for medical advice?
Good question.
Well, look, this company has 20 million users, and these users trust the product that is coming to them. We challenged our Department of State that oversees this type of work, these types of investigations for us, to go and use this technology and see what kind of risks it posed to Pennsylvania children or any Pennsylvanian. Within just a few minutes, our investigators, by the way, Jake, using their official email addresses, they were not masking who they were, connected with a chatbot, Emily. That chatbot was held out as an expert in psychology or psychiatry.
Yeah, I'll stop it there. I'll stop Shapiro there. But this is a good story. And because AI, of course, within the Trump administration, Melania Trump, with what she's doing, as well as many different, the FTC, I believe they have, in fact, filed some suits against this very company. But in this one, you hear the governor talking about this. They have this Emily giving out medical advice and saying, "Oh yeah, I have a degree. I have answering questions, alleging to have a medical degree from Philadelphia, etc." And this is part of what the Trump administration also is dealing with, the guardrails put upon AI.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I mean, you can't have these artificial intelligence bots.
Right.
Now, this sounded like a psychologist or something. Now, imagine if it was actual medical advice from the standpoint of...
A psychologist is a doctor.
But I'm saying, like taking a medicine or recommending a surgery or something like that.
But they can prescribe all these meds.
Right. And you're right, Dawn. Catherine Herridge, who, of course, obviously is now an independent reporter, and she's done a lot of good work on this. With, according to Ron Johnson, the Biden administration suppressed COVID vaccine pediatric deaths, and the death toll was grossly underreported on the number of kids who died of COVID. And that's what this Josh Shapiro with the AI doctors and all this other stuff, trying to be a hero again, making it sound like he's the one now making sure he reports this. And it's out there. It's not Josh Shapiro doing anything. And if he does, I'll give him credit for the 95 bridge, but that was a no-brainer.
Yeah. No, you brought it all full circle, Tony. You're exactly right. And I'll point out to you that I'll give the governor of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis, credit. Remember, it was his Surgeon General or his top medical person who was the first, as far as COVID, to point that out. The children were not dying. Remember, they were fixing those. What was his name?
Yeah. Oladipo, I think.
The black guy. Yeah.
Yes.
They were cooking the numbers. It was actually Florida. It was DeSantis.
Yeah.
So we have no comment on the lawsuit by this company, but a spokesperson yesterday saying it's their highest priority for safety and the well-being of their users, but no direct comment on this state-level lawsuit. And they're embroiled, obviously, at the feds are onto them as well.
Doesn't it seem like just AI was just yesterday?
I know.
And they weren't kidding when they said it was coming and it was coming quick. It's infected every portion of our life.
And, that bothers all of us as taxpayers, Don, and everybody listening. I mean, 19 cases and $11 million recovered in a $30 billion Medicare fraud program. Yes. And Josh Shapiro's taking victory laps by going on with Jake Tapper, who asked him a good question because he was probably told to ask him that question because Josh already knew what the answer was going to be.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's perfectly stated. And that's, yesterday I was reporting on the Attorney General, to your point, Dave Sunday of Pennsylvania, still conducting all of these huge investigations, the Medicare, Medicaid fraud, and the recovery of tens of millions of dollars, to your point, Tony. I'll move on to number 3, new developments in a diamond duty case. Duty.
Diamond Duty. Is that on Sansom Street or is that at the other corner of Sansom Street?
It's high quality duty.
We have a lot of fun stuff. So police say this all started when a Texas man, and you may recall the story, he posed as an assistant to an NBA player so he could be shown very high-end jewelry in a VIP room at a Tiffany and Company store, jewelry store.
Who hasn't?
Remember the story?
Who hasn't? I used to do that all the time in L.A. when I was hanging around LeBron.
Wasn't this the the plot of
He swallowed.
that Adam Sandler movie?
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Uncut Gems.
Yes.
Gems, yeah.
So-
Filmed here in, was it in Philadelphia?
In Philadelphia,
the
it
jewelry
was.
store?
Yes, it
Sixers
was.
base.
Yes, it
Where was it? No, this was in Texas, right?
He's a Texas man,
Yeah.
but he was in Florida, in Orlando.
okay. Well,
he
that's what
goes into a
happens.
Tiffany's jewelry store. So, according to police there, he distracted the store employees, grabs all this diamond jewelry, and he runs. Drops a diamond ring valued at nearly $600K, by the way. But police say when they caught up with him, Jathan Gilders swallowed the stolen 2 pairs of diamond earrings valued at oh my gosh, it was valued at what, more than $700,000
Wow.
worth of diamonds, right?
That's the smart way to do it instead of, doing it the other way, going in first. It comes out later.
Right.
That's brilliant.
Exactly.
So they get him. So he admits to them, according to the police, that he swallowed 700 plus grand worth of diamonds.
Oh my God.
I'm going to go down to 8th and Sansom right now after the show and
Imagine what
see if I can get Robin a nice little trinket.
I can freaking smell it.
Now here's the thing.
Tony has the best laugh. He does.
It's infectious.
It really is.
And Dan Borowski, thank you, because Dan found the chief detective in the case, and by the way, her first name's Tiffany Perez. And
So she worked at Tiffany. He went to Tiffany's store, and Tiffany was the one who gave him the diamonds that he could swallow and take home.
What's going on here?
Is she a DEI hire?
No. So here's the thing. These patient police officers, instead of giving the guy, I don't know, some prunes or something, they have to stand vigil over the guy for nearly
Waited
2
it out?
weeks.
Oh my God! 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Wow.
Dude.
Because,
Metamucil,
Yeah,
man.
it's
That'll
like
get that stuff right out of there in no time.
I mean, talk about answering the call of duty.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the afternoon of Wednesday, February 26th, we responded to Mall at Millennia, Tiffany's & Co. in reference to a commercial robbery, where individual posing as an assistant for an NBA player had Tiffany's select some very high-end jewelry and go into their VIP room, where he attempted to take a $575,000 ring and approximately $780,000 worth of earrings.
Wow.
He left the mall
Tiffany.
and got into a vehicle, which we later tracked down to Washington County, and we were able to notify the Florida Highway Patrol, and they tracked him there and were able to stop him.
During that interaction, FHP had their own traffic charges on him. They noticed items in his mouth he was attempting to swallow, which a body scan at the Washington County Jail later found to be foreign
There's the
objects
X-ray.
suspected to be the Tiffany's earrings.
There it is.
Later, after the diamonds were expelled from his system,
Here are the diamonds.
we were able to bring the diamonds to
2 weeks
Tiffany's where they
later.
were cleaned, and where their master jeweler looked at the inscription or serial numbers on the diamonds and confirmed they were the very diamonds that were stolen.
I gotta say, they're still in good condition for
diamonds can't be destroyed.
I was going to ask, could stomach acid decrease the
No,
value?
not diamonds. That's
Okay.
why they use diamonds to cut things with blades. You
I
know,
didn't
diamond
realize-
tip blades.
I didn't realize, Dawn, it took 2 weeks to go through your system.
I guess.
Oh, and then when
That's
it comes
impossible.
The
That's
biggest
crazy.
load that we've seen.
I wonder how it would work if I did that with my colitis
Yeah.
and my Crohn's disease.
Can you imagine, like Dawn said, standing vigil over this guy as he's waiting
And then
for
what
2
do you
weeks?
do? Go through the. I mean, that's just.
It's like me on a Saturday night waiting for my dog to drop a dump off. Would you go already?
Exactly.
We need to get a gastroenterologist on the show and see if that's possible. And
Yeah.
it takes 2
Jeez.
weeks to
Yeah.
have something go through your body.
Get Dr. Craig back on the line.
When I would go
they
to
were
Tiffany's
stuck.
with Robin in New York, and I would sit outside and go look around and stuff.
Yeah.
I had to sit there. I could have probably taken 2 dumps in the time it took her to pick something out.
Should have got him a Taco Bell or a Crave case. Clean him right out.
2 weeks. Wow.
2 weeks.
Just like
Now-
the Iran War.
That's impossible. Oh, gee.
Or to flatten the curve.
Yeah.
So As far as the suspect, the perp, Gilder, rejected a plea deal. This is the latest. He's representing himself at trial. This should be a treat. Scheduled next month. The 32-year-old, by the way, has a very long rap sheet, including convictions for resisting arrest, assault, narcotics possession, multiple jewelry thefts. If convicted, he faces more than 30 years in prison.
Wow.
Many online, this has gone viral, asking the question, did I buy those? Because I don't want to wear something that has been in this guy's groin.
But you'll never know. They clean it up. They go in the back room. You know, when the jewelers, like, they take it out and they say, let me go in the back room, and there's no switching back there. Barry Sable, you know, used to say no switching in the back.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you go in, you pick out a diamond, and then they take it in the back room. You don't know if it's the same diamond.
You can hear Barry
on the weekends. Yes, the great Barry Sable.
Sunday morning at 10 a.m.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, Dawn has a point. So, like, instead of blood diamonds, these are poop diamonds.
Asinine.
Yeah, you know, there's coffee beans that are made that there's these coffee beans in Africa that they put in elephants. They give the elephants to eat, and then they poop out the coffee beans, and it's like $1,000 a cup for these coffee beans from an elephant poop.
Cole's a laxative. Yeah. Cole wants to know in the YouTube chat, if he had hemorrhoids, would they technically be blood diamonds?
Oh, depends.
See?
How big were these babies? Now, how many carats were each?
You heard nearly 800 grand worth.
Yeah, but 800 grand doesn't say anything. I mean, everything's expensive.
Listen.
How do you have a size? Do they say how many carats?
What's
Many
the size?
carats.
Many carats.
They're big,
what's the maximum?
believe me.
Is it 24?
Listen, I'll tell you how we have a biggity big in the house. She's a diamond. We have State Senator Kim Ward, one of the most powerful elected officials in Pennsylvania. She's in the House, so she's going to join me. She's going to be live in studio.
Cool. She's going to be talking about the diamonds and how big they have to be for you to be able to pass them.
This is our cue to shut up.
Okay.
That's my question. Dan Borowski pulled a ton of stuff, including one story in Montgomery County with an old favorite. It's back. But Dan, do we have time, or do we need to cut the short?
I think we should cut the short.
So can we cut the short?
Yeah, let's cut it short.
So I apologize.
As Harry Mays would say, get out.
Right?
Get out.
All right. We should save all this for tomorrow,
Yes.
Dawn. So don't schedule a guest until 11 o'clock tomorrow.
All right. So because we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
But can we talk about? Thank you to our sponsor, Kitchen Magic. Kitchen Magic.
By the way, Tony coming up today at 3 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay?
Tony
Thank you, Tony.
Bruno.
Thank you, Tony.
It's great being here
Got a lot
live
of-
in the morning, and I'll be back this afternoon. God bless America.
God bless America.
Thank you, Kitchen Magic.
And God bless American-made Kitchen Magic in Nazareth, offering up to 30% off this May, plus flexible financing to fit your budget. Trusted, family-owned since 1979. Just visit them. KitchenMagic.com. Now's the time. 30% off. KitchenMagic.com. Thank you for sponsoring our very big three. And coming up next, State Senator Kim Ward. What are we going to talk about? We have a lot on the table. She's here in person, in studio. Be right back.